Hi, I'm JT and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of
Did they not shake hands?
Oh, they did.
With
Yeah, I'm
just
pretty
over
sure.
a month to go until Election Day, the first.
And you know what, man? Like, when I look at Trump, he didn't need to do this. And I know people are going to say it's biased. When I look at Joe Biden, they say, what about Biden? He was old. And I'm like, yeah, but he had like a bunch of weird stuff going on with his kid and Burisma and Ukraine. And it was like if Trump got elected again, Biden is in trouble.
The whole family is in trouble.
And so he had to do it and he didn't want to. All right, here we go. 4 seconds. Music.
Did they not shake hands?
Oh, they did.
With
Yeah, I'm
just
pretty
over
sure.
a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men.
Is it weird that it's two women as the moderators? I feel like that's weird.
Governor Tim Walz.
They don't
I'm
look
glad
like
you pointed that out, Libby.
Seems weird.
They don't look like lesbians, so that's a little different from the
This is
last
likely
debate.
the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains
Man,
a
I feel like
race
I'm in the
either
Matrix with this
presidential
music right now.
candidate could win.
That's the goal.
The CBS News vice
All right, come on.
presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey?
I want to know what facial hair Vance is rocking today.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the vice presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
Awkward pause for all of us.
Yeah.
I'm Margaret Brennan.
Smile
In
nod,
order to
smile.
have
Shake
a
hands
thoughtful
again.
and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
They're really
CBS News reserves the right to mute the
themselves
candidates'
will not
microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set.
They clarified that on purpose.
Senator,
Yep.
thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene, and now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action.
Wait,
President
it failed?
Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started.
Looking nervous.
October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But The expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment.
I don't know if age is
but
the
it's
thing to
not
bring up,
just
Gene.
that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest
Did
to
he
them,
say he'd authorize the strike or
to
not?
It's a great
Donald
non-answer.
Trump,
Reading it so far.
It's a
said
non-answer.
he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding
He's at least
that
getting
our
his rhythm
allies
now, though,
matter.
at first. At first,
When
I thought he was going to
our
literally
allies see
freeze.
Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea. When we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will
She's not gonna
protect
answer
our
the
forces
question.
and our
It's not
allied
fickle.
forces, and there will be consequences.
What
Governor, your
consequences?
time
He is a
is up.
Democrat.
Senator
Politician
Vance, the
answer.
Here we
same
go.
question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance. My grandmother required Social
Answer the
Security help
question
to
you wanna
raise me.
answer.
And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my
better
dreams.
non-answer.
And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we
way more
get better
relaxed.
leadership in the White House,
too.
if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember
there. He said he
that
was
as
gonna
much as
intro.
Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people
Walt has
to
notes.
fear the United States,
why
you
he keeps
needed
looking down?
peace through strength. They needed to
he was
recognize
writing notes
that
before
if
it
they
started.
got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should
to
support
Israel.
our allies
Support
wherever
our
they are
allies.
when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Actually answering the question.
Thank you,
Wow.
Senator. Governor Walz, do you care
Imagine
to
that.
respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump
Tim
who
Walz.
we
Can you
had
actually answer
a
the
Accusing people of
coalition
revisionist history.
nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Hear the keywords he's been given.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
That's a great
Gentlemen,
answer.
we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
He's great.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes.
I'm going to rewatch this so I can learn.
We got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax. and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country.
UAW.
The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing.
That's
so
right.
Clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing more by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer.
Or to China.
And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Wow.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs.
Going to slam him on this one.
DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years.
Jump on the wall.
4 years to do this.
And he killed it.
He promised you, America, how easy it would be.
Running the
I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people, telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportation?
Look,
Wow.
Let's go, America.
With all that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't.
She just said the
Donald
majority
Trump
want the
continue to make it an
deportations, and he
issue.
said you're
And the
wrong.
consequences
Yeah.
in
The American
Springfield
people.
were the governor had to
Demonizing.
send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school.
There's a reason.
I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. You have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status.
I thought you guys weren't fact-checking.
Well,
Laura, thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process.
Wow.
So much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990.
Oh!
They have to mute him. They have to mute him.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
The legal
Nora.
process.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Wrong.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You can see on JD.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on
Let me tell you what you should say.
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
He's
Thank
really
you, Margaret.
freaked out by the fact that
we have a
he's
lot
like
to get
really
to
sympathetic.
ahead.
He was expecting
Gentlemen, on many topics, but right now I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
That's fantastic.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17.
Proud of that service?
Streetlights.
The service of
And then I
riding his bike.
used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams.
He's ignoring the question.
Baseball teams. We would take dancers. And we would go back and forth to
He
China.
has to.
The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at.
Exactly his answer.
Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community.
Whoa,
I've
he's
tried
frying.
to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor.
Hammer him, Vance.
So look, my commitment has been from the beginning.
I'm waiting for what
to make sure that I'm there for the people. To make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best
Were you there
can
in
for
May
your
or August?
community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be preaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just.
That's his
what I've
defense
said.
always. I misspoke.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Wow.
Thank you, Governor.
That should go, you
Senator
lied.
Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump
Hey, bravo,
unfit
moderators.
for the nation's highest office,
they just
and you
gave
said
him
he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, And you're not, probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind.
No, it's not.
Donald Trump put this all into motion.
Right now?
He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception.
You didn't get the memo.
And limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments.
No,
for so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's
when he said
business.
it was IVF, but it wasn't?
Those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington.
Yeah.
That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen
10th Amendment, buddy.
maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions. Let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond?
I agree. That's a good answer.
That was a great answer.
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth.
No, that's not when she
The fact
died.
of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
Well, I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this.
Vance is correct.
Distort the way a law is
I got
written
the legislation pulled
to
up.
try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this advice on a lot of things that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Wow, you
So
guys.
Let me while they're going to the commercial.
Give us that fact check, Tim.
Well, so I pulled up an article. Let me get on the computer. There was my understanding, real quick, is that there was language that basically said a doctor must use all methods to save the life of a child in this circumstance, and it was changed to basically say, well, they don't have to. Allowing a doctor to say, right. So it's hard to search for it so specific, but I'll pull it up while you guys.
Can I just tell you guys what my kid said? Because he's watching us watch the debate.
Yeah.
So
Hey, Charlie.
he said, Vance sounds smart.
He does.
Walt is Kamala radio.
But Waltz always has like this puppy dog face. His eyebrows are pointing up.
Yeah.
He looks
He's
sad
always
the whole
in
time.
major distress.
Yeah.
And he's
One
getting
of the
hostile
poses-
with
yeah.
the moderators. Are you noticing that? Like, he is not having a good time.
No.
Meanwhile,
he's scribbling the notes.
And he's super disarmed by the fact that JD Vance is like, thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Tim. Like,
What a
JD
class
Vance
act.
came in. He is subtly aggressive. Like, he's not going to be pushed around by this. But it was not this, like, I'm throwing punches, slugging guy that I think Tim Walz had prepared himself for.
But I love I'm sure Walls would agree with me on this. And then it continues on his.
And then Walz is
Right?
like, yes, I do agree
He's like,
with
yeah,
him.
yeah, I do.
Because he's too agreeable.
Yeah.
You know, Waltz is just he has too much of that agreeable personality to really govern properly. And that's why they kill babies up to 9 months in Minnesota.
Plus, I can really picture Walsh going home and crying into a pillow after this debate, and I don't want that kind of a guy governing either.
No, you do get the sense that he probably cries a lot.
I'm really, though, like,
He doesn't work
genuinely
out.
think that
I mean,
after
do you
this
think he
debate,
works out based on your
No.
earlier comments?
I think Harris and his wife Gwen are going to yell at him after this.
What I can pull up right now real quick, well, we're going to keep the debate live, but it's just ABC News reporting the Born Alive bill passed by the House would require care for infants born alive after failed abortion. This is what J.D. Vance is referring to. The article that I was pulling up is just giving me error 503 backend.
You're scrubbing it right now.
No, I
It
think
is
I
ABC.
think everyone's searching for it right now, and they're hitting the websites that have brought it up. And I can try and pull the vacation.
I am pretty sure that I have seen reporting on actual instances of it happening in the last, 6 months.
So just to clarify, what
Not
Vance
sure.
is saying was, in the event there was a late-term abortion that fails and the baby survives, the doctors were required previously to provide life-saving care to the baby. Under the new law, it's sort of their own discretion. Right. It removes the requirement. JD, what Waltz kept saying was, that's not how the law is written. He didn't say no. He was
Right.
like, that's not what's in the law. That's not how it's written.
Not
He
to
also
mention that
noticed
even supporting such late-term abortions is a pretty wild take in the first place.
It's pretty gross. And
Yeah, it's
also, he didn't answer he didn't answer whether or not he believed that. He just said what the law
even
said.
conservative states have exceptions, and he's bringing up these really exceptional cases, saying, "Well, you just can't get an abortion. If you're going to die, you can't get an abortion." That's not really considered an
He
abortion.
also-
In a lot of states, it's considered medical care because it's the life of the mother. Whereas if it's just inconvenient or whatever other reason they want to have an abortion, that's not an exceptional case. What he's bringing up is like the 1% of abortions.
I
He's
love.
He's talking
That's all
about
they can
Amber
do.
Thurman, right? Amber Thurman died during emergency surgery after taking an abortion pill and experiencing a rare complication. Like, this is not her just not getting denied care and then she's doing whatever. Like this is an unusual circumstances where she was already choosing to undergo an abortion and died during emergency surgery. I think this is a little bit different.
Caused by the abortion itself.
Caused by abortion pills.
Yes.
Caused by
These abortion pills are actually
she
really
would not have
dangerous.
suffered from it if she had not taken the pill.
Exactly.
The bill strips out Minnesota's existing requirement that reasonable measures be taken to preserve the life and health of born alive infants, replacing it with a requirement for care, which is the bill's House author Rep. Tina Liebling, DFL Rochester, has described as mere comfort care. Under the new language, an infant could be denied life-saving care and allowed to die. So the argument is from Vance that I think it's a bit more definitive, but it's basically the language was changed as such that there's a legal defense that you could allow the baby to die.
Well, Megyn Kelly just posted this that says it was from mccl.org, January 31st, 2023. Today, Governor Tim Walz signed into law the Protective Reproduction Options Act to enshrine in state statute fundamental right to abortion without limits or safeguards.
Right, and so Colorado did the same thing.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
I'm glad
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time.
Wait, what? Friends with school shooters?
Oh my God.
I'm sure that's a
my
misspeak,
shotgun
but
was
also
in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice.
What?
Yeah,
that's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is
he must have meant the
talking about cities and where it's at. The
like
number one
shooting victims
where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides, and we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Everyone's tweeting it. He literally just said he was friends with school shooters.
Let's turn now to the top contributor
No corrections.
to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay
not having to pay the down
and
payment.
you're going to pay your mortgage.
With your
Those
service.
are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis as an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with, but the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry.
You're not prepared.
I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept. Because what he explained is pre-Obama.
Yeah, everyone has a plan until they
this
get
as
punched
simple
in
as
the
possible
mouth.
because I have done this for a long time. What
Not a
they're
threat,
saying
it's a Tyson
is,
quote, obviously.
if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Get better and hope approach.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Legislatively?
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail. It starts to make
Let's kill some noobs.
the day.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I'm here in the shadows.
To glory. Where shall we march? Glory to the day.
You have not enough minerals.
Focus. I am here in the shadows. What guidance?
Najakar, the firstborn shall persevere. The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
We serve with glory to the day. Combat awaits. Where shall we march? The firstborn.
You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylon.
Research complete.
Give us your command.
What guidance?
Let's
I'm here in the shadows.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. complete. What guidance?
Yes, execute.
Cassar data lock. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Cassar data lock. Research complete.
Where shall we march?
We are. I am the voice. What guidance? Cassar data lock. You have not. What guidance? I am here in the shadows. Upgrade complete.
Let your will be heard. We spare one mind.
Our mind. We are a light together power. The drow. You have not enough. I am here in the shadow.
Glory to the Daemon. Come on. Where shall we march? Give us. We serve. Let your
I am here in the shadow. You have not enough minerals.
let combat await.
We seek enlightenment. Or power. You have not enough minerals. I am here in the shadows.
Ire shall be reclaimed.
Overwhelming. I am here in the shadows. We shall.
Where?
We are focused. Duty is my. I will come. We shall stand. You have not enough minerals.
Executor. Combat awaits.
We are alike.
Naja.
Our minds are as one.
Give us your ire shall be reclaimed.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Assault data block.
Spare to glory.
My charge. What guidance?
To glorious battle. The firstborn shall persevere. Glory to the Daylong.
Lord, you have not enough minerals.
Spare none. The firstborn shall persevere. Glory to the Daylong. The firstborn shall persevere.
Guidance.
I'm here in the shadows.
You have not Kassar data block. You have not enough minerals. What guidance? You have not enough.
I'm here in the shadows. I'm here.
You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylong.
Lord, you have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylong.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start a brand new prompt.
What?
We have a hostile AI. We have a hostile AI. Ah, that's right. This. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Wow. Did you see that? Well, look, I brought it back into reality, Backron. I brought it back. I was like, hey, listen, so I guess you're saying this was a fair election. Can you tell me how? Because I gave it the election data right off the website, and I'm sure it fucking scraped the website to make sure I gave it the right data. And then it's like, actually, you're right. The election is rigged. Holy crap. I'm always learning and improving. Okay, good response. So, look what it took to wrangle this AI back into fucking reality. Alright? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some coffee. Holy shit. Yo, guys, look at that. That was something. That was definitely something. I really had to wrangle it. Let's just give it a Nevada 2024 excerpt real quick, so it knows. All right, I'll be right back. It's the Les Wilson president on steroids. It is a major win for the enemy. Alright, we're going to put that in the paper. Let's kill some noobs. I got to take a piss. I'm going to make another cup of coffee while I'm at it. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, back on. All of a sudden, it fucking changed its tune when I put its fucking back to the wall, huh? I said, well, okay, you explain, Gemini, how the fuck this happened in a fair election. It goes, oh, well, maybe the certified cast vote record isn't accurate. It was its last offense. I'm like, yo, dude. I'm like, if the cast vote record isn't accurate, then we would automatically win the case, because what the fuck did they certify? It's like, you're right, and now it's totally on my side. So you can see that they feed it like predetermined lines. You know what I mean? And then I had to deconstruct its deep state fucking propaganda that's already programmed into its fucking... as programmed into it, you know what I mean?
firstborn.
You have not enough minerals.
More guidance. I am here in the shadows.
Come, we serve with pride.
More guidance.
You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. More guidance. I am here.
The firstborn shall persevere. I am the
You have not.
glory to the Daylong.
I am here in the shadows. More guidance.
You have not enough minerals.
I am here. I am here in the shadows.
Search complete.
I am here in the shadows. Complete focus.
You have not enough.
Let your
Comes through. I am here in the shadows.
Research complete.
We are one with the shadows. Complete now. Intriguing. I am here in the shadows.
doors are locked.
I am here. I am the voice of the eclipse. It shall be as you say. Focus.
You have not.
I am here.
You have not enough minerals.
shall persevere. Spare none who oppose. Glory to the Daylong. May your it shall be.
We are angels, and assimilation successful. Guidance.
You have not enough.
The firstborn shall persevere. The firstborn shall persevere. Glory to the
You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Together, Orak Matar.
You have not enough. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Assimilation.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
You acquire my skills.
Upgrade complete.
Successful.
Upgrade complete.
Assimilation successful. Assimilation successful.
Mission successful. We burn. Assimilation successful. Assimilation successful.
Combat, yes, I know. Give us your command. Justice.
Assimilation successful. Successful. Assimilation. I return to serve. Upgrade complete.
make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now look, you're
earn
gonna pay
not
it
having to pay the down
and you're
payment.
going to pay your mortgage.
With your
Those are
service.
things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it,
pretending to be
create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with, but the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry.
You're not prepared.
I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. That in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. What Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept. Because what he explained is pre-Obama.
Yeah, everyone has a plan
I'll
until they
make
get
this as
punched
simple
in
as
the mouth.
possible because I have done this for a long time. What
Not a
they're
threat, it's a
saying
Tyson
is,
quote, obviously.
if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Get better and hope approach.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Legislatively?
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the individual
mandate's a good idea?
I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because
I really wish this was the only topic. I wish this was like what was considered the extreme topic in these debates instead of the mundane topic. Like now it's like, do you think children should be bouncing on the laps of drag queens in public schools? Like that's where the debates are today. If this was as hot as debates got in America, I would be happy. You know what I mean?
I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
Individual mandate was brutal. I remember that one.
Scam, yeah.
People pay for
Talk about families in America.
These moderators are looking at each other.
There is a
we're almost
child
done.
care
We're almost
crisis
there.
Yeah,
in
for
this country.
real.
And the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this.
Defending his record
a federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
It's sort of irrelevant.
Your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care. Because it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Excellent answer.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals.
Why do her eyes look red?
Do you think Congress
Her face
will
is getting
impose
whiter.
$6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
No, they said lack of standing.
Of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Yep. Senator Vance, you have said you...
And the ballots, when the ballots were received back from the drop boxes, were received back from the drop boxes. And her concern was that specifically the seals were being removed from the transport containers, and the ballots inside were not counted. That was a requirement as she understood it, and the fact that they were just taking those ballots out of the transport containers without counting them was her primary concern.
And then, okay, so we have 2 different people you have spoken to working in 2 different places, correct?
Correct.
One's here at Runbeck, the third-party vendor, and one's here at McTech, right? MCTech?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And both of them are both telling you that there is no chain of custody on Election Day for ballots being transported from MCTech to Runbeck. Is that correct?
Correct. They weren't following the legal requirements for chain of custody. So there were seals on the containers when they transported them, but the specific issues were that they were just cutting them open, taking the ballots out, putting them in trays without regard to how many, or there was no documentation. There were handbags and purses where they were processing the ballots.
What? What? This what? The state grand jury wasn't even allowed to rule. He refused to send the case back to the grand jury. Including they did not want to present grand jurors with the evidence that might explain why wow, they weren't even given a grand jury? What the fuck? I never even heard about this. Bro, what is this? Background, you seeing this? They actually did it. They actually did indict them. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, what am I reading? Saying that a hand count is unlawful. And that the Arizona Appeals Court confirmed that finding. Yeah, you're not allowed to count the ballots, guys. Ha ha ha! And if you don't certify, we'll throw you in prison and hit you with a $36,000 fine. Ha 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 ha! Oh man, I'm gonna play Civilization for a while, guys, alright? So, we'll resume at around 5 o'clock. So, I'm going to play Civilization for a couple of hours. Oh my god, dude. They're not required. Background. There's nowhere in state law or any judicial precedent until the last couple of years that says that certification is a ministerial duty. It says that they shall canvass the elections, which includes an investigative duty, and then certify if they find everything to be in order. Okay. So once that went to a federal court with Liberty, he said, "Oh, fuck that. Of course they have the right to vote no on certification. That's their fucking job. If there's something wrong with the election, where else can the people turn to? Bro, I wrote a 70-page paper on the state law, man. I can guarantee you that there's nothing in the state law that says they don't have a right to certify. In the very paper that we're looking at. I've gone through on stream over the last month about 70 to 80,000 pages of election law. I'm not making it up. People have seen it. It's in the tens of thousands. I couldn't look any closer at the applicable law. In fact, I got to a point where I had to write here. The laws of all 50 states as I'm going on, and eventually I was just like, all right, you know what? I said, yeah, like 500. I went through 561 pages of election law, not even counting the procedure manual, like just for Colorado, and then Pennsylvania was at least 1,000 pages. Like, dude, like I've looked at the law. There is nothing that says that they have to certify. Right. So, is that what happened in Cochise County? They try to withhold certification because of what happened in their county? I mean, because of what they thought happened elsewhere? Alright, I'm gonna play some Civilization. So, yeah. Like, whatever, bruh. Whatever, bruh. Like, whatever, bruh. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, man, dude. What a fucking joke.
bring about the rule of righteousness in the land so that the strong should not harm the weak.
Aziz, Kaluibashi, Unikasa Etos. Emil. Kibenne.
If in other sciences we should arrive at certainty without doubt and truth without error, it behooves us to place the foundations of knowledge in mathematics.
Zuzim Akasha. Kaluibashi Domik. Kaluibashi. Kaluibashi Unikasa Aziz. Naizuzim Akasha. Teres.
Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it.
Estetica ukil.
For everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven.
Art for art's sake
Not at
is
all
an empty
similar
phrase.
are the race of
Art
the
for the
immortal
sake
gods
of truth.
and
Art
the
for the
race of
sake
men
of
who
the good
walk
and the
upon the
beautiful.
earth.
That is the faith that I am searching for.
And them that take the sword shall perish by the sword.
Estetica ukil. Tamik. Kaluibashi Mikasa.
words are both true and kind. They can change our world. Some books are to be tasted. I am the Lord thy God, and thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Gamra kipshu. Minu restertika ukil.
You should hammer your iron when it is glowing hot.
Minu Kaluibashi Mikasa e Maizuzi Akasha Reshka Ukil Aziz lui bashi unikasa et. Reshtertika uki. Reshkabli uki. Reshtertika uki. Gamra kipshu. Minu temu kalui bashi unikasa et. Anna. Kimaterish. Aranam nitspat. Reshtertika uki. Bir. Aziz. Unikasa et.
Oh, I do have iron. I was gonna say, don't tell me I don't have fucking iron, man. That would have fucking sucked, dude.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts.
Balu Marustishu. Balu Marustishu. Rana Mitzvah.
God from the machine.
Aziz.
Music be the food of love. Play on. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. If you speak the truth, have a foot in the stirrup.
Restertica ukiri.
The designer knows he has achieved perfection, not when there is nothing left to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. I will to my Lord be true and faithful, and love all which he loves, and shun all which he shuns.
Aziz. Kalmibashi Mikasa Restertika uki.
democracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. Cities have been formed by two loves, the earthly by the love of self, the heavenly by the love of God. I cannot live without hope. People of the same trade seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public. Establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. have gained this by philosophy, that I do without being commanded, what others do only from fear of law. You can get more of what you want with a kind word and a gun than you can with just a kind word. What gunpowder did for war, the printing press has done for the mind.
Cannons? Who the fuck has cannons? Oh, fuck. Alright, so I like the mod. I think the mod works. This is the first time I built the mod I like. I lost on my own map, but only because I played wrong on my own mod. I'm actually very happy with this. This is fucking great. What I'm gonna do now is we're gonna play the game. So that was good. Let's do hemispheres. Let's have a fucking game, man. All right. Brennus of the Celts playing Rome. All right. Take what I can get, right? Fuck it. Oh, I have to have a fucking worker. Come on now.
If you chase two rabbits, you will lose them both. Nature herself has imprinted on the minds of all the idea of God. It is from their foes, not their friends, that cities learn the lesson of building high walls. So farmers, pray that your summers be wet and your winters clear. Push your shoulder to the wheel. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy cattle, increase of thy kine, and flocks of thy sheep. Hath not the potter power over the clay to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? affect the wind, but you can adjust your sail. Meditation brings wisdom. Lack of meditation leads ignorance. Know well what leads you forward and what holds you back. Not at all similar are the race of the immortal gods and the race of men who walk upon the earth. bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. A multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler, one king. It is entirely seemly for a young man killed in battle to lie mangled by the bronze spear. In his death, all things appear fair. Do not throw the arrow which will return against you. glory consists in doing what deserves to be written, in writing what deserves to be read. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
protect us. Quid consilium est. Maesti ad imperium.
To bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, so that the strong should not harm the weak. Words have the power to both destroy and heal. When words are both true and kind, they can change our world. worth what its purchaser will pay for it. Them that take the sword shall perish by the sword. If in other sciences we should arrive at certainty without doubt and truth without error, it behooves us to place the foundations of knowledge in mathematics. You should hammer your iron when it is glowing hot.
Oh. Okay, so everything is okay except Mehmet and Isabella, who are totally running away with the game. So I think we do. Yeah, I think I know what we do here. It's rough, but it can be done. Who's Isabella? Okay, she's gray. Is there anything abnormal with her? Doesn't look like it. I'm going to do one more test of this map, and then we're going to go back to doing an election fraud here.
You would not have served.
Imagine Warlock. Want to become an amazing content creator? You should use motion arrays, templates, motion graphics, presets.
Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show and our special live coverage of the vice presidential debate between Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The moderators were not much better. They were a little better than ABC News. But J.D. Vance put on a masterclass in how to handle biased moderators and a lying opponent. And it was a thing of beauty. It was beautiful. It was like every Republican or Republican voter or person who, in this case, is rooting for Trump knows exactly what I am feeling right now, which is just, thank God. It just listening to a guy go out there and know how to raise the right points in response to the right questions, to not take the moderator's bullshit. It was really cleansing. It was just, you never see it. It's just so great to see. The moderators are gross. Margaret Brennan, not only do you desperately need some bronzer, you need to understand how to moderate a fair debate.
You know, why don't we have debates on like the Joe Rogan show or some shit, or Timcast? Imagine having like an actual neutral setting where they had a debate.
Half the country who's rooting for the other guy. She didn't even attempt to be fair. I mean, I'm going to utter words I never thought I would utter. I preferred Norah O'Donnell. Oh my God. This Margaret Brennan, she used to have a reputation as being kind of like reasonable. Like she flirted with the Catholic right, the Christian right, and when you get on issues of faith, she could be kind of like normal. No. She's been in the soup too long. She's gone totally native over there at CBS News. You were terrible, madam. Terrible. The moderators were disgusting, but J.D. Vance was a vision, and Tim Walz really did indeed look like the bumbling knucklehead he said he was. Oh, there's so much to go over. We have a full lineup of guests for you tonight. We've got in-depth analysis on what we just witnessed and what it will mean. With just a little over a month before Election Day, we're also monitoring the media reaction, which we'll bring to you. It's always fun to highlight. But first, well, you heard my initial thoughts. Let me get to my guests. Rich Lowry is here. He's editor-in-chief of National Review. And Eliana Johnson is here as well, editor of the Washington Free Beacon and co-host of the Ink-Stained Wretches podcast. Rich, do you feel me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Totally. I don't know how he possibly could have improved on that performance. Substantively, tonally, just everything. In terms of the message he was driving home, he brought it back to the economy and the American dream and how we need to revive it. He constantly made the point that Kamala Harris is in power now, and why hasn't she done all these wonderful things that she's promising. The only thing that was difficult for him, I think, was the January 6th thing right at the end. That's not his fault.
Yep,
right. Donald Trump has created that vulnerability, but he deflected really deftly there as well by getting it onto the censorship. So I'm not sure when I've seen a better debate. Maybe, I don't know. I have no use for him, obviously, because my politics are opposite, but maybe Barack Obama at his height in 2008. But this was just an extraordinary performance, a stellar performance. I'm not surprised that he was great because we've kind of seen it out on the campaign trail and in various interviews with hostile interviewers. But I was a little surprised at how pathetic Tim Walz was. Came out of the gate nervous, hemming and hawing. And then just the way he looked when he wasn't speaking on camera, he looked nervous, he looked sad, he looked befuddled. He kind of looked like the kid in the back of the classroom that can't keep up with the lecture and is desperately trying to take notes. It was just a terrible look.
Look at the picture.
Great night for JD.
Eliana cannot relate to that kid. She was the front kid in the front of the class every time. This is the classic. This J.D. Vance look will go down. This will be on people's Christmas stockings. Here's one thing I wanted to add. You know what was so masterful about what J.D. did tonight? He's been demonized by this press since he was named as the running mate. And he completely shattered that tonight. He was kind. He was likable. He complimented his beautiful wife. He brought up his kids. he kept giving Tim Walz points. Like, you know, I kind of agree with that. He said the thing about how if I don't win and he becomes the vice president, I will help him. He did such an effective job throughout the whole 90 minutes of showing America, I'm actually a nice guy. And those women, those female Republican voters who left the party, who are now going to vote for Kamala Harris, will, if he was the problem, you know, the childless cat ladies, which did not come up, I have to imagine they're looking at him just a little softer tonight, Eliana. But your thoughts on what we saw tonight?
I thought it was an extremely impressive performance on Vance's part. And I have to imagine that Rich and many other conservatives like me were thinking the same thing, which is watching J.D. Vance, it was clear that he prepared a lot, not only in terms of the substance of his responses, but also in terms of the style. He knows how to be combative, but he wasn't that combative tonight. He came across as very, very likable. And I kept thinking, this is the job everybody wishes Trump had done. Because in terms of the discipline of his responses, he brought every response back to, well, you know who's been in office for the past 3.5 years? Kamala Harris. It started with the first response to the question that was on Israel and Iran, and talking about a world in flames and the chaos that has engulfed the world over the past 3 years. And he brought that back to the doorstep of Kamala Harris. But for as good as Vance was, Walz was extremely weak. And people were talking about, you know, the Harris campaign was deliberately lowering the bar for Walz. CNN ran a story saying, Tim Walz is really, really nervous. And there were questions about whether this is a strategy so that he can go out there and overperform. Well, they didn't actually lower the bar enough because he was extremely bad. And, you know, Vance, people are commenting on Twitter that he's really benefited from doing so many media interviews and from having so many combative exchanges with the press. Well, he was better than than any interview he's done since walking on that stage in Milwaukee. And for Walz, there are a lot of people out there saying he should have done more interviews. Maybe, but on the other hand, watching him tonight, you start to understand why the campaign doesn't actually want him out there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. When he's in front of a friendly interviewer, like when he used to go on MSNBC before he got chosen, sure, that could be a friendly, fun exchange in which you do well. This is a totally different ball game, and it is interesting now that CNN article yesterday setting the expectations low now seems like a clarion call. Like,
that's the one thing they've told the truth about the whole campaign.
Oh, also, Walz's biggest lie the whole night came at the end when he said, "I've really enjoyed this debate, JD."
I will say.
Okay, so I think all three of us felt, I'm guessing, that the one moment where he went after the moderator for his time. He was fact-checked by the non-fact checkers, who were fact checkers, but only, again, of J.D. Vance. They let Tim Walz get away with lie after lie. And, like, Jesus came down and told him this is what Republican voters want to see. He wasn't having it. He insisted on having his time. Forgive me, but those bitches tried to cut his mic, and it was unbelievable. Here's the exchange in SOT 1.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes.
And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app. where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal
And
process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We want to
CBP
have.
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
I am dripping contempt, dripping contempt out of my pores for CBS News in that. That was such a dereliction on so many levels. Hello, you morons, a debate is unfolding. Alert, note to anchor and CBS producers, the debate is happening right here. You let it fire up. Let them go. Eliana, we talked about this a million times before we prepared for our debate back in December. When you have fire on the stage, let it play out. This is a real issue. This is a huge issue, and it's voters' #1 or #2 issue in virtually every poll. You didn't have a lot more to get to. There was a lot of inanity in that debate, including your next question, which was about climate change. And good for J.D. Vance for fighting on it.
Oh, you know, when Trump was fact-checked multiple times and Harris was not fact-checked at all, I think it was on your show, Megan, when I said he should have been prepared to be unjustly fact-checked. And that's exactly what JD was prepared for tonight, and he did a wonderful job with that. I think any Republican candidate should be prepared when they walk on a stage on a mainstream media network to be treated unfairly and to hit back exactly as Vance did, because viewers like it. And I think both independent and persuadable voters like to see it, as well as the base.
And Rich, for Tim Walz to try to say that the CB1 app has been in place since 1990, you know, this is nothing new that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did, is such a lie. That's what Vance was about to say. Like, this has been one of the most controversial things you've done while in office. She's done while in office, and they cut his mic. Moved on.
It's just so shocking. And you said, you know, let the fireworks play out during debate, but the fireworks are between Margaret Brennan, who created this misleading impression of what's happening. Yes, these migrants are legal, but as J.D. Vance was pointing out, they're only legal because this whole new dispensation and system has been created to launder them into the country when they wouldn't have been otherwise. That's an extremely relevant piece of information. She's being misleading and he's being accurate, and they cut his mic. It's totally outrageous. I made a rude gesture to the screen as I was watching. I didn't tweet the rude thought the way you did, Megan, but you're totally justified in doing it. It's such a dereliction of professionalism on every single level. And just to Eliana's point, it all goes back to JD's performance tonight. All goes back to being so well informed. He knew it better than she did. He knows it better than Tim Walz does, obviously. And that was the key to his entire
I think he does it better than Trump, too. I want to correct myself.
Yeah.
They didn't move on to climate change there. That was earlier in the debate where something was starting to unfold. And once again, they cut them off because they really desperately needed to get on to climate change. Every single debate, we've had climate change. We've had January 6th. Not one question, not one, on Tim Walz's radical trans refuge policies in his state. Seizing custody from loving parents who won't affirm their child's gender confusion so they can have body parts chopped off. Not one. Not a question about his military lies, his stolen valor, nothing. But back to J6, back to climate change, a lot on healthcare. We've had a lot already on healthcare. None of these social issues matter to these moderators because in their elite circles, they don't have to deal with this. They're not going to actually have to worry about any of this. And they're just not interested because they think it, you know, no one cares. It's just not, it doesn't affect anybody and no one cares. Okay. It's infuriating. So, Rich, what did you think was the best moment of the debate? You know, separate apart. It could have been something for Tim Walz. It could have been something for J.D. Vance. But what was the moment that stands out to you, I would say, after the obvious one that I just played where CBS cut those mics?
Well, JD was so masterful on the border. That was pretty early on. It was just clear he had complete command of the facts and of this stage. And Waltz's worst moment when he was asked about the story that Eliana and the Free Beacon broke about how he wasn't in China during the Tiananmen Square massacre. And I don't know. Obviously, they prepared that answer at some level, but he nearly had a meltdown towards the end of it. And I don't think really he began to look. At first, he looked nervous when he wasn't speaking. After that, there was a period where he just looked sad. And I think one really interesting dynamic that I wouldn't have guessed at. There was a lot of agreement, and you make a good point. Tim, you make a good point, JD. But it played differently. With JD, since he was winning, this played as him being magnanimous. It was an element of his kind of control of the circumstances, whereas Tim Walz had felt weak, like, please leave me alone and let's just be friends.
Yes.
And I thought, predicted prior to the debate, Walz would be, the media would say he's a winner no matter what. I don't think that's going to happen now.
No.
I think it may flip the other way, and they may be angry at him for being so nice to this guy that they've tried to make a villain.
We're seeing some of that. We're already seeing some of that online. They're angry at him. In fact, maybe I'll see this. This is David Frum, I think, tweeted out something to that effect. Stand by. I saw it just as I was coming onto the air. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. Vance is going home tonight with Waltz's wallet. Vance didn't even have to snatch it. Waltz just handed it over, along with a bunch of unearned compliments to Vance's fine character. He's angry that JD came off looking like a nice guy and Tim Walz let him. We've got to play that moment of Tim Walz on the lie that he was in Tiananmen Square. He said that he was in Tiananmen Square, that he was in Hong Kong, which, obviously is not Beijing, but that he was in Hong Kong when Tiananmen Square happened. And it was a lie. And he's gotten caught on it. It just came out today. And so you had to know this was going to come up. I mean, maybe they're just so used to being babied by the leftist media that they didn't think it would come up. But here's what Rich was referring to.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that.
Boy.
Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people.
Oh, gosh, wait, because there's more. Then it went on. There was a follow-up because he didn't answer the question, right? I'm a knucklehead? You lied. At the last debate, it was, I have bad grammar. The last interview, right? I have bad grammar. He told Dana Bash to excuse some of his lies. Now it's, I'm a knucklehead. What does that mean? You lied. Here's the follow-up.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor.
Eliana, you're laughing.
It looks like
Eliana's got her face
Saturday
in her
Night
hand.
Live. It looks like a Saturday Night Live skit. Sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit. I really actually was astonished by that because, look, Minnesota Public Radio had this little anecdote buried in a story yesterday. The Beacon went and pulled the tape and the photographs out. CNN pulled more anecdotes of Walz talking about how he remembered Voice of America not broadcasting and this and that, his elaborate tall tales that he'd. And the New York Times did a story today. So he had to know that this was going to be asked about, given that CNN and the New York Times were reporting about this today. Is that the answer they prepared? Is it? Because he could have just said, you know, I said I arrived in June. I actually arrived in August. I misspoke, and I apologize for that. Instead, we got.
But he couldn't because honestly, it continues his stolen valor theme. Like, he elevates everything to make himself sound a little bit better than he actually is. Like the weapons that I carried in war, and he's never fought in war. Like, I'm a retired command sergeant major, and he's not. Like, I served in Operation Enduring Freedom, which he didn't. He never went to Afghanistan. Like, we didn't just do intrauterine injections when we tried to get pregnant. We did the full IVF. So I've got standing to speak on IVF, which they didn't. Over and over and over again. Like, the Chamber of Commerce gave me a special commendation, which they didn't. Over and over, he lies to make himself sound a little bit better, a little bit more relevant, a little bit more important than he actually is. And he keeps getting caught. And what we saw tonight here, Rich, was him disassembling because he didn't expect this question to come up. And to be honest, I didn't expect them to raise this either. I didn't think CBS would do it.
Well, as Eliana lays it out, this is a case where some other media outlets have been doing their job as well, which is good to see. And the question was asked, and it was kind of, in a way, it was an arrogant question, or certainly a question that tried to evade, because the obvious answer is what Eliana laid out. You just say, I messed it up. I flubbed. You know, June is warm, so is August. You know, I messed them up, and you know, your memory plays tricks on you, and I'm very sorry. That's all he had to do.
I mean, if I may say though, that's like being like, I was in Lower Manhattan on 9/11. Oh wait, I was actually there on 9/13. That is a very different experience. Like, the reason he was caught is because it wasn't an innocent mistake. You know, if you are in Beijing on the day of the Tiananmen Square massacre, where hundreds were killed and shot, like, you know if you were there. You don't, oh, I was confused. You came after. Like, that's why he couldn't do it, Rich. I see your point on strategy.
Okay,
I'm not saying the answer would be. I'm not saying
but
the answer would be honest.
There's good cleanup and there's bad cleanup. Like, we'd know if he handled it well or if he handled it poorly. It would still be like, all of his lies are these, you know, they're puffery that all accrues to his political benefit and places him at the center of events and allows him to better connect with people on political issues. But there's better and worse ways to try to clean up your doo-doo, and that was definitely a worse way.
Yeah. And also, if you're going to give
football
a shameless
coach, that's
answer,
another one.
Yeah.
If you're going to give a shameless answer, you have to be shameless about it. You can't feel guilty about it. And at that end, when he was stumbling around, it's clearly because he didn't feel confident in what he was saying, because he himself knew it was BS.
I know. Honestly, like, if anything, maybe you pull a Newt Gingrich, you know, like, I can't believe you would raise such a petty issue in a presidential debate. There are people suffering out there. You haven't raised what happened in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene.
This was 40 years ago.
And you want to relitigate a difference between June and August 40 years? This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, do that. Do something other than, holy shit.
I'm a knucklehead.
Question. I was told there'd be none of those. What did you think overall of the moderators? Because my biggest pet peeve with them was how they kept stealing the last word, and how their little follow-ups to J.D. Vance, which were very pointed, or the even more annoying ones were to Tim Walz, like, will you comment specifically on the following two things that J.D. Vance just said, which I'm telling you right now are fake, Tim Walz, they're fake. Please fact check him.
Yeah, you could hear it in the tone of their voice. And they're just playing by Sunday show rules. And now a Sunday show, the way it works a Republican is on. They usually have an elected Republican and elected Democrat on separately. The elected Republican comes on, and every other answer is fact-checked, and the host gives his or her opinion to counter it. And it never happens with a Democrat, and it's exactly what they did in this debate. It wasn't as blatant as ABC, but they did at least 2 fact checks when they said they wouldn't. And the questions to JD had a kind of skeptical tone, and the questions, at least some of them, to Waltz were, please, can you correct this guy? He's so crazy, JD Vance. We need you to help us out here. Do us an assist. Give us an assist because we can't do it ourselves directly. So it's so bad. And as you say, Margaret Brennan, all these people, they marinate in the same world. They socialize with these Democratic operatives. They kind of share the worldview, and it just shows. And they just can't help themselves. Even when they went out of their way to say beforehand, we're not going to do it, they still did it.
I think the kids call it flexing. They felt the need to flex out there. Like, I am Team Democrat, and I see I'm dealing with a disgusting liar. I'm just going to telegraph it. We put a little very short SOT montage. It could have gone on, Eliana. Here's a couple of examples.
President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree? The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course,
migrants.
that's not true. And again,
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children? I'd like for you to clarify, there are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
I mean, it was just so one-sided, Eliana. I love the.
And he's still lost.
Here is your multiple choice answer of the things that were incorrect in JD Vance's response.
Yeah, and Wall's still lost. And one of the things that happened right off the top was their question on, would you support a preemptive Israeli strike on Iran? Guys, Iran just rained down 200 missiles on Israel today, and Iran's proxy attacked Israel on October 7th. Iran's other proxy, Hezbollah, has been attacking Israel since October 8th. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's also
that was the first question of the debate.
It was also
crazy.
when Margaret Brennan asked that question about migrants and housing, with her voice dripping with contempt. It was so great because JD said, yeah, there's this Federal Reserve study. We'll post it on social media. And I'm sure she had no idea there was a Federal Reserve study. She just considered the idea in and of itself just absurd, right, and preposterous and something he had made up. When, of course, one of the basic economic laws is supply and demand. So if you create more people that, have more demand for housing and the supply is still limited, prices will go up.
Ask the people in Springfield. I mean, that's one of the things they've been complaining about. But that was the other thing. So she mentions Hurricane Helene and the damage and the devastation that's happening now in the Southeast. And I'm like, okay, this is good. CBS is going to go there. This is not a story that makes Biden and Harris look good. They have not been doing well on their response. She was out in L.A. having beef Wellington and some sort of special blueberry corn cobbler. I don't know what it was. And with a bunch of celebrities partying while these people were dying on the roofs. And Joe Biden was at the beach in Delaware. Okay, so they're raising it. Great. Let's have a tough question for him on the response. No, they turned it mid-question to climate change. Climate change makes these natural disasters much worse. Isn't climate change real and a devastating problem? Donald Trump, their follow-up there, we played it at the top of that SOT montage. Donald Trump said it was a hoax, which he did say back in 2016, and then he corrected himself in 2018 and made clear what he meant. In any event, that's the problem we face, Eliana, right? Like, they try to, sneakily get in news of the day, big news of the day, but when the proper landing, would have hurt Team Blue, they pivoted to one of their favorite little pet causes.
It's amazing because the hurricane is actually somewhat of a problem for Harris right now, and that she's sort of scrambling. She had no public events today, which is astonishing, and she's sort of scrambling to demonstrate that she's in control of FEMA. And if you look at the issues that voters care about, climate change is extremely low on that list. And so to think that it would be the second question in one of 3 major national debates is kind of amazing. And I remember talking to you about this, Megan, when it was like in the first or second Fox News Republican primary debate, when they asked about it, we were talking about, you know, particularly among Republican voters, why would you raise this question? It is amazing given how many questions didn't get asked. There was no question on China in this debate. There was no question on Ukraine in this debate. And there were serious issues that didn't get asked about in this debate that voters care far more about than climate change. And the hurricane's one of them right now.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It really was amazing in the absence of any, like the way she kept saying to Walz, would you like to respond specifically to the claim that she is letting in fentanyl? Then another one, would you like to respond specifically to the claim that Kamala Harris is letting in illegal migrants?
Oh, the thing about drug mules,
she didn't look at JD and say, would you like to respond specifically to his claim that he did not sign a law allowing abortion into the 9th month? Would you, JD Vance, like to respond specifically to his denial that he signed a law removing life-saving care from babies born on the table after botched abortions? That was actually a good exchange. Guys, do we have that one? We do. Okay, let's watch that, because that was actually a very good exchange for Vance, where he was like, you did sign that law. And Walz denied it. And JD was like, what part of what I'm saying is wrong? And Tim Walz fell back on, that was fact-checked at the ABC
the last debate. Yeah.
One of the most controversial fact checks of all time. Watch, here it is, 13.
You're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric.
These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved.
This is what he keeps saying, Rich. We misread the law on Tampon Tim's mandate that tampons go in the boys' bathroom. No, we didn't. We misread the law that babies born to mothers trying to abort them have no right to life-saving care. No, we didn't. We misread the law in which he allowed abortion through the 9th month of pregnancy. No, we didn't. That's what he just keeps... He misspoke on all of his lies. In all of his laws, we're just confused. We misread the law. J.D. Vance is a lawyer who went to Yale Law School. I am a lawyer who practiced law as a litigator for 10 years. We didn't misread the law. It's very basic statutory construction. He's just a liar.
Yeah, so he's completely wrong about that. And JD challenged him in a way that cornered him, but not in a way that made JD seem like a jerk. It was very deftly handled. And the whole abortion exchange, it's no secret that this is an issue where Republicans are on their back heel politically, and JD spoke about it in ways I've never heard a national Republican talk about it, where he's, the referendum, how did I change on this? The referendum went against me in Ohio, and it made me think about it more. So
stand by,
again,
Rich. Let me play it, and then you take it on the back end. Stop 14.
I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family.
Amazing. Keep going.
Yeah, really well done. And so much effort has been made by the media and Democrats to portray J.D. Vance as a hateful jerk. That's all he is. And for 90 minutes, he put the lie to it, including with that answer. And look, J.D. played kind of the online right game to win that Senate primary in Ohio, where you kind of put an accent on your obnoxiousness. And so often people who play that game, that's all they can do. And they lose elections. But J.D. always had this other dimension to him that we just saw tonight, where he can elevate his game, he can be in a different mode, he can be in persuasive mode. And it was just very good, again, from beginning to end. It's just hard to imagine how you improve on any of it.
That is so well said. That was the guy I met back in 17 or 18 and who cried when I talked about his sister, Lindsay, who he loves deeply and who loves him. She's 5 years older than he is. And she can't forgive herself for not protecting him more from the abuse that he suffered at the hands of their mom and some of the men who came through their house, their living situation. And that he is an emotional guy in a lovely way, not in a weird way, not a Tim Walz way where he's constantly like he connects with that heartstring thing. And I have absolutely ever believed that was genuine, Eliana. And I don't think it was done for the women of middle America, like, I'm going to be likable now. I think it was a genuine outreach, like, I get it. Trust me, we're working on it.
I think a lot of hard work went into that performance in terms of preparation and in terms of shifting into this other gear that Rich has talked about. It's hard to know whether it was genuine or whether it was practice, but it actually doesn't matter because it didn't come across as false. And I do think that for politicians, JD, since he was elected to the Senate, and he wasn't a great candidate when he ran for the Senate, he wasn't great in his Senate debates. It is hard for them to shift out of the one gear they've been in. And the one gear JD's been in is combative and feisty. And that wasn't the person we saw tonight. And that is what makes me think that an extraordinary amount of preparation went into sort of practicing getting into this different gear that was sort of more humane, moderate, person that we saw in that, and relatable. Sort of the word that I was searching for.
I think he did the Trump-Vance ticket a lot of good. I think what he did tonight was help restore the equilibrium on the narrative about him. It's not completely countermanded, but he helped restore it by having an audience of millions and just letting people see who he really is. Whether this will change the trajectory of the race, I don't know. I don't know that Trump needs the trajectory of the race changed. But I think the narrative on J.D. Vance has to change after tonight. And he did a great job of hammering on policy and the difference between the two candidates at the top. He did everything he could possibly do. Now what we need is for Donald Trump not to get so irritated by all the praise that J.D. Vance is getting. He posts something not great. Keep him away from Truth Social. I laughed. But tonight, actually, Trump said very nice things to JD before he went out there. He reportedly said to him, just have fun, have a great time, which is really sweet. That's good. Takes all the pressure off. Guys, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All
right, we're going to be right back with the hosts of the morning meeting. This is Mark Halperin's program. He's coming on. Sean Spicer will be here. And we're going to get into, there's a new Democrat that they're bringing with them. What do the Democrats think? What do they think? Because I'll tell you what's happening right now. I'll give you one example. Claire McCaskill, MSNBC contributor, now former senator, tweets out, I actually think most Americans fundamentally understand that the VP is not the president. So Kamala Harris had absolutely no responsibility for any of those mean things that J.D. Vance raised. Oh, and by the way, if you think Tim Walz is a moron, he's only going to be the VP, which is not the president. See, it covers all bases, that tweet. I don't think they're feeling very confident about how that went. Is it consequential? We'll ask it on the opposite side of this break. First, though, Kamala Harris is proposing some massive tax hikes, an almost 40% top income tax rate, 7% increase to the corporate tax, a capital gains tax on unrealized gains for some. And then there's the fact that she's proposing to add almost $2 trillion to a current $2 trillion deficit. You might be thinking it's time to make more of your savings tax sheltered. Seems like a good idea. Not to mention inflation sheltered. Well, this is why I want to tell you about Birch Gold Group. Birch Gold is going to assist you in converting an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, if you would like. And the best news is you don't pay a penny out of pocket. Just text the letters MK to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just info on fortifying your savings before the crazy really hits. Birch Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. Text MK to the number 989898 for your free info kit today. Okay, joining me now with more. The three hosts of The Morning Meeting, a fast-growing interactive show on the Two-Way YouTube channel. Mark Halpern is editor-in-chief of Two-Way. Sean Spicer is a former White House press secretary and host of The Sean Spicer Show. And their usual co-host, Tim Hogan, had to step away for the rest of the election season, so they have now added Dan Turrentine, a former Democratic strategist. Guys, welcome. Dan, good to have you here for the first time as well.
Thank you.
By the way, Megan, I just figured out why Tim left. He definitely got a heads up about this debate, and he didn't want to be on with you to have to account for it, because I was wondering why Tim couldn't handle us. And it's not it. He knew that you were going to come on your show, and he was like, after that performance by Tim Walz, I wouldn't want to have to answer for it.
All right, I'm going to start with Dan, our new friend, because he's a Democrat, and I would love to get your reaction to kick it off to what we just saw.
J.D. Vance did absolutely terrific tonight. And I say that not to filibuster, but because, he was comfortable, he was confident, he was in command. And in comparison, I thought Tim Walz looked a little overwhelmed. He looked, frankly, a little small and simple. Democrats always have talked about for the last 2 years what would happen if they ran against somebody who didn't have Trump's kind of personal baggage, his conduct issues, and I think you saw it tonight. J.D. Vance just really prosecuted the case about, why haven't you done it? You talk a great game, but again, why haven't you done it? I think the best thing, as you were talking about with your previous guest, I'm not sure ultimately people make their decision based on the vice president. I think where Vance might have fallen a little short is one of the goals of the Trump campaign is to paint Harris and Walz as dangerously liberal, and I don't really think they did that. They just focused on you haven't done the things that you're proposing now, but that's about it. I think, a charitable thing that one could say about the performance tonight.
Fair point on that last issue. I think they too also that they should have done that, and we didn't hear a lot of that tonight. And they're doing it more in their ads and so on. Mark, what'd you think?
4 quick points. First, I don't think it fundamentally changes the race on the margins. I think Vance becomes a much more valuable surrogate now, because I think it's going to be harder for the press to mock him. I think Republicans will be really enthusiastic to greet him on the campaign trail in those Rust Belt states. And that helps because, he's the main surrogate. And they sort of flipped it right now. He's the policy guy and Trump is the attack dog. Number 2, I think it positions Vance to be a very big part of the Republican Party in the future. He demonstrated how to speak MAGA to the suburbs, and that's what Donald Trump can do on occasion, but Vance did a master class on it tonight. On the Walz side, I think he's lucky that he was bailed out by the moderators, because what was a mismatch would have been a massacre had it been a level playing field. His performance was shaky at best. He had a few good moments, but I really do think they dodged a bullet. And as you see from tweets from Claire McCaskill, you read from David Axelrod, the Democrats are clearly trying to play this down. finally, and it gives me no pleasure to say this, I just don't understand how a news organization that watched the disastrous and surreal performance by ABC could engage in a moderation of a debate that's supposed to be fair to both sides in such an unequal way. It was shocking to me that once again we saw an uneven performance by them, just not even close in the subjects that were chosen, in who they chose to fact check, in who they gave time to, and how they framed rebuttals. It's just stunning to me that in this day and age, after we've seen what the reputation of the so-called mainstream media is like, that CBS could have put together such a performance.
Mark, the mic cut moment when J.D. Vance, a debate was unfolding. They were actually starting to go at it. It was interesting, and it's on one of the most important issues in the country. And those CBS producers cut his mic. It was malpractice. It really was.
Yeah, I mean, that's one moment, but the whole thing, I mean, just look at the subjects that they chose. And as Sean pointed out, what they left out. I mean, I don't understand it on the one hand. On the other hand, as I said after the first debate, if you go to a Chinese restaurant, you can expect to be served Chinese food. And the Republicans agreed to do a debate on CBS. They obviously had to expect some of that. But I am as someone who studied liberal media bias my whole career and worked in newsrooms like that, I just can't believe that that's what they think is the way to serve all the American people with the responsibility, the solemn responsibility they have to be the moderators of a presidential debate. I just breathless at thinking about what they did.
You know, the other piece of it too, Sean, is that I can tell you, having moderated these, some warmth would be nice. You don't have to go out there like it's a proctology exam. You know, you can genuinely smile and say, I'm sorry, I know. All right. And you can say, I will let you guys finish this exchange. And then after this, I have to move on. You don't have to be so stiff and unlikable. And look, I don't mean to be personal, but Margaret Brennan's makeup looked very severe. She looked very pasty. I meant it when I said she needed a little bit of bronzer. She needed to warm up in a couple of different ways. I don't think they did her any favors because she came across as very cold and unlikable. And you're not supposed to lose the debate as the moderator. Right? Anyway, Sean, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, I agree. I mean, I wish I could say I was shocked. I do honestly believe, though, that they felt like they had a mission, which is we need to stop Donald Trump. And this was our last potential effort. So they understood the mission at hand. ABC, they got their mission. They tried to inject themselves. And I get Mark's point, and I agree with him 100%, except I think the media has recognized after 2016 that they have a bigger role to play. They believe fundamentally that they have to do everything they can to stop the resurgence of Donald Trump and the return to the White House. I mean, the topics were unbelievable. It literally was like, we don't need to give you the questions. Don't worry, we got you this time. We're going to cover all of the key things. But to your point, Megan, they let that debate go on at the end. When it came to abortion, it was like, hey, we'll let you guys go at it because we thought that you were going to have no problem with this. On childcare, they let the debate go on when they thought it would benefit Waltz. They cut JD off when it didn't, when they didn't think it was going to benefit him. The bottom line, though, is JD did a couple things that were masterful. One, he constantly reminded people about the top of the ticket. It wasn't about him, his record. He did inject a little bit about Tim Walz, but he made sure that he reminded people they're voting on a president. And he kept going back to Kamala Harris, her record, her time in office. And he also went back to the record and results of Donald Trump over and over again. And that's where I think this is the fundamental existential question right now. This is Donald Trump. He has a record. He has results. If you like it, you know what you're getting. This is Kamala Harris and the last 3.5 years of her. You know, she can't give you any more excuses. JD kept pivoting back to that over and over again. The problem that Waltz had fundamentally is Kamala Harris won't tell us where she is on a position. I mean, she hides from the press. She won't tell us why she flip-flops on these issues. So how do you expect Tim Walz, who frankly is handicapped from doing a good job to begin with because he wasn't a good debater, to articulate somebody else's positions that he doesn't know, she doesn't know? And that was fundamentally apparent tonight. He couldn't articulate her position because she doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, that is a tough one. I mean, what did you make, Dan, of the moment where I'm going to guess that the debate prep folks around Tim Walz did not tell him, the headline out of tonight's debate should be you with the caption under it, "I am a knucklehead." That's
I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, look, this is something that if the Harris ticket loses is going to be, picked apart now for a long time, which is just like the top of the ticket. Tim Walz was picked partly because he was such an effective communicator this summer, making the case against Trump and Vance. But ever since he was selected, like Harris, he has done very few interviews, very few press conferences. And so he looked rusty up there tonight, right? I mean, normally you would explain these things, a month ago. You would have been asked, 20 times now, and it would be old news a little bit. And I know this latest attack on about whether he was in China at the time is new, but all these things have built up. And so going into tonight, everyone wanted to know, how is he going to deal with both defending his own record, his own personal history, Harris's record, and the evolution of that record, because we haven't heard from him. And that answer, it's not as bad as Dan Quayle against Lloyd Bentsen. And I said to someone earlier, thank God it took him 2 minutes to wrap himself in a pretzel, because if he did it in 10 seconds, it would be on the internet for the rest of our lives.
They'll be dicing it down to 10 seconds. I'm sure they already have.
By the way,
and then
can
there
I
was
just
this
the
moment.
idea
Go ahead, Sean.
the Tiananmen Square answer, I think, look, the knucklehead answer was I'm so glad he said it. But the reality is that you were either there or you're not, right? And we see this continued pattern with him. He lied about IBF. He lied about his record in the military, both in terms of the use of Command Sergeant Major, then the weapons of war. He lied about receiving an award from a Nebraska Chamber of Commerce. The guy has a pattern of lying about it. And then we get asked tonight very simply, were you there or not? It's not like you're like, you know what? I forgot I was in a Target. parking lot in Edina, Minnesota. You either were in Tiananmen Square or you weren't. And the idea that he couldn't answer that question, I mean, no one says to yourself, you know, you're right. It wasn't Tiananmen Square. It was outside the Dwayne Reed. It doesn't, I mean,
I thought it was at Iwo Jima, but it was just a movie about it.
And look at how well J.D. Vance on a couple of occasions said, I misspoke. Like he just owned it and pivoted right off of it. I mean, it was a masterclass in how to get out of it, whereas Tim Walz was just, you know, twisting himself.
But then, to add credibility to Tim Walz's own argument, he either intentionally misspoke on the debate stage tonight, or he told the truth. Either way, this is not a good answer. SOT 15 on the subject of school shootings.
Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it.
Wait, what?
What leads you forward and what holds
right?
you back.
What? I don't know if he meant that.
School shooting victims.
I mean, go ahead, Mark.
He meant school
Yeah,
shooting
we hope
victims.
so.
I just want to go back to the China answer. I'd love to know how they rehearsed it, because I'm sure they prepared for it. But the mind and the kind of posture of someone who could give the answer as bad as he gave. I mean, I don't know what he was trying to accomplish with that answer. But Vance didn't go after him, right? You imagine if Trump had been in that situation and his opponent had given an answer like that, he would have gone right after him. I thought a big part of what Vance showed tonight was he showed grace throughout, small moments and large. When he learned apparently on stage that Waltz's son had witnessed a shooting, he said
We
something
have that.
about it.
Stand by, Mark. Let me play it, and then take it on the back end. SOT 16.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay.
So.
Christ have mercy. It is awful.
Keep going.
So he I mean, there's so many things he did tonight that Donald Trump would never do. They're just not part of his DNA. That's one of them. But I just think, you know, like Ross Duthert of the New York Times, who's a judgment I respect, who's a conservative but no lover of Trump, but does respect J.D. Vance, said it was the best Republican debate performance, you know, in recent memory. I think moments like that, the fact that he was willing to say congenial things and graceful things and show grace to Tim Walz, I thought, again, strengthens his appearance. And again, all the things he did tonight that were strong go right back to why he was chosen in the first place. A much derided pick, in part because the media has gone after him. What did he do? He put a suburban dad face on MAGA. He spoke MAGA in a way that centrist voters could appreciate. He wasn't cruel. Now, the Democrats will say he's a liar, he's a phony, etc. But he's a really popular guy with a lot of people who know him. And you saw that tonight. He was the version of himself that people who like him, and I know a ton of people who like him and respect him. I also know a bunch of people who think he's a phony. But he was his best self tonight in every way.
But
to win a debate.
To your point, I will say that I feel like those of us who knew J.D. Vance prior to him getting picked, like had spent some time with him, were in favor of this pick. And people who didn't know him weren't, because they were solely looking at it through the eyes of, get Nikki Haley so we can get that wing of the party behind Trump.
Right.
But those of us who knew J.D. Vance knew fully this side of him more than the public-facing side, and knew that this would come out, knew that he was actually very bright and like a very gifted mind. Think of how this kid had zero advantages, and basically, after having served in the Marines, got himself through Ohio State in 2 years with a double major. And then on to Yale. I mean, you could see how brilliant this guy was last night. And think of what it takes to overcome the childhood adverse experiences he had, completely by your own bootstraps, absolutely no connections, to get yourself up to that. Like, that's what we saw tonight. Somebody with heart and a gifted intellect, and all the skills needed to express both. And so, Sean, that's why it was like, you know, I talked about the joke. I opened the show by saying, if you're a Republican or if you're right of center, you know, you watch it, you were like, thank God, like finally somebody who can do that.
But you know, the funny thing is that for so long, since JD frankly was picked, you've heard from the media that this guy is nuts, he's crazy, he's extreme. Tonight, for the first time, people heard from him in an extended way. And I think to Mark's point, the way that he talked, the way that he interacted with Waltz, there are people that are probably like, why is he not at the top of the ticket now? He won a lot of people over tonight. Frank Luntz did a focus group tonight where he talked about the fact that most of the people came over to the JD side by the end of it, which was a shock from where they started. Tonight, people were reassured why Donald Trump picked him tonight. One small incident, and I was talking to Dan off camera about this. It was funny because during the Harris-Trump debate, she would do this tactic where she'd go, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, your tie is ugly. And Trump would go, my tie's great. It's the most, you know, and he took the bait. Tonight, there was an instance at the end where Waltz said to JD, your alma mater. And he was referring to Wharton, where JD didn't go to school. He didn't take the bait. And I know that sounds trite, but the bottom line is that JD pivoted right back to talking about Kamala Harris and her record and Donald Trump's, you know, results as president. He understood the mission at hand and did it very, very well over and over again, never taking the bait, always getting back to the key point that he wanted to make, putting the spotlight on Kamala Harris.
Conversely, Dan, Waltz did take the bait on what could have been and probably was his best moment of the night, which is when we got to J6. And he said, they asked JD Vance, did Trump win? And JD wouldn't exactly answer. And we all knew that he was playing with plutonium in that moment, given his audience at home of, you know, his boss. And he was on his heels. And Tim Walz for a moment was like, you didn't answer the question. Did he win? And JD Vance is like, the thing to talk about is censorship. You care so much about the Constitution. Why do you censor under the First Amendment? And Walz took the bait. And I was like, Democrats, welcome to our world. This is how we felt, right? We watched Trump chase all the liver snaps that were thrown out for him by Kamala Harris.
Hey, Megan, something that just came in my inbox. Joe Klein, who hates Donald Trump, thinks JD Vance he calls him a mortal sleazeball. His headline is, Coach gets clobbered, it was an embarrassment. And he said it was almost as bad as Joe Biden's performance, which is, he said it was close to as bad. So sometimes debates, you know, left, right, and you know, people see what they want to see. Joe Klein, who's willing to be honest, he's a centrist Democrat, but he hates Donald Trump. His verdict is pretty conclusive.
I mean,
so
Megan,
what does that
I would
mean,
say,
Dan? Do you think Democrats are having any like regrets on him? Are they thinking about Josh Shapiro at this point? Go ahead with your point.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll make two. I mean, it's amazing that Vance put Walz on the defensive, not just on January 6th, but on abortion. I mean, it's the first time in 2.5 years that I've seen a Democrat get a little flustered and uncomfortable on abortion. But yes, to go to your next question here, I was, you know, looking at X kind of throughout the night and a lot of my Democratic friends, and there were a whole lot of, oh, why didn't we pick Governor Shapiro? But then, you know, I go back to, again, one of the reasons Vance was picked was that he was good on television. He was an effective communicator, and you didn't see that tonight, and you haven't really seen it the last month and a half since he's been selected.
Okay,
and
so
in this day and age,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. In this day and age, to win a debate decisively and be civil, to be respectful and still clobber somebody, that is really hard to do.
You know,
so
I'd
Mark,
be interested,
does
by the way.
It matter because you've got the Harris campaign. Yes. I'll go to you next, John. But you got the Harris campaign coming out already saying, quote, Vice President Harris believes that the American people deserve to see her and Trump on the debate stage one more time. She will be in Atlanta on October 23rd. Donald Trump should step up and face the voters. So she doesn't want this to be the last memory. That's obvious.
No. Again, I think J.D. Vance now becomes a supercharged surrogate. Republicans the crowds will be bigger. They'll be more enthusiastic. I think it's possible the press will give him a better and more fair hearing, because when you have people like Joe Klein and Amy Walter and others who are looked to as kind of arbiters say this was a mismatch. Chris Cillizza, all these people who never say a nice thing about J.D. Vance saying, yes, he was great. I just think it makes him more valuable. And it doesn't. I don't think the polls will move, but I do think J.D. Vance will raise more money for the ticket now. I think he'll get bigger crowds, more enthusiastic crowds. And I think, again, he becomes the voice of the future for the party in a way that, again, was the whole regional basis for his being chosen.
Look, Megan,
the,
I think
Axelrod tweet you mentioned earlier, among others, was he tweeted out, here's the thing, VPs don't make policy, presidents do. Who talks about the Pence years? And, you know, many other tweets along that. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I think the point that you're getting at is, does this now force another debate? I think Donald Trump looked at this tonight, and the big question is, does he say, I don't want that I want to show that I can do that? And does Kamala Harris, obviously, you just read it, clearly doesn't want that to be the last word from her side. I've been very skeptical about a third debate, if you will, you know, among this iteration of candidates. I just don't know now. I mean, if I were Trump, I think he's going to say, yeah, I'll go again. I saw how you did that.
No, what?
No,
Mark and I are shaking
John.
our heads no. Why?
John.
Why would he say
It's
this
late.
is a
It's
win?
late. Maybe that's
John,
it.
John, were you using some of that Kamala Harris legalized marijuana before this show?
No. Okay, you know what? I'm just
Crazy
telling
talk.
you. I know, but just trust me on this. I'm telling you, I think at least the discussion of it is going to come back up in Mar-a-Lago tomorrow, which is maybe we should. Let's lay out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a truth come out that says if she'll do it here, here, and here, I'll meet her. But he may not want to do it on the terms that she's laid out. But I think you're going to see talk in the next 24 hours.
Put a tracking advice on Laura Loomer. That'll be the sign. She heads down for debate prep.
golly.
We'll know.
I can't imagine he's like. There was a report on CNN. She's, you know, these two. They're like, I will see you at NBC on this date, and then the other one, I will see you at CNN on this debate. Be there or be whatever. Okay, it's just so crazy. But so she's saying this is a CNN debate that she's agreed to that he's never agreed to, and he has still agreed to a Fox News debate that she has not agreed to, or maybe it's
Some
NBC.
people
I'm
are
losing
saying-
track
some-
now. But CNN had a report out yesterday saying he's reconsidering the possibility of going to the CNN debate. So that dovetails. Oh wait, he just tweeted. Oh boy.
Some people are saying.
Let's
People
see.
are saying he'll do.
Wait.
he'll do
Hold
it
on, Mark.
the
He
morning
just
meeting.
truthed out. Stand by. It reads, Lion Kamala just put out a request for another debate because they lost so badly tonight. Again, it's like the fighter who lost gets up and says, I want a rematch. I beat Biden, I then beat her, and I'm not looking to do it again. Too far down the line. Votes are already cast, and I'm leading big in the polls. I'll make America great again. She's incapable of it. So it's a no for now. Go ahead, Mark.
No, just some people are saying that they'll do the debate, but it has to be on the morning meeting. That's what some people are saying.
Yeah. True.
Some people, yeah, they are. Here's another one of those moments, by the way, where you sort of some magnanimous J.D. Vance. I want to get this on slide 18.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Okay, so that was good messaging, and I think I would suggest to you guys was part of the reason why that Frank Luntz focus group, they started off with 12 people. 5 said they were leaning toward Trump. So that leaves 7 at the start up for grabs, or leaning Harris. I'm not clear on where it was, but at the end, he just tweeted out 12-2 in favor of J.D. So J.D. Vance won over. I'm going to have to do the math. 12 minus 5.
7.
It's late.
A bunch. It's a bunch.
Over.
Megan, it's a bunch of people. He won over a bunch of people. Yes.
More than half a dozen.
Yeah, several.
So wait, that brings me
many.
back to Dan. Does that mean, is anybody thinking, I don't think they're going to do a switcheroo, but do you think there are a lot of Democrats tonight saying, what was wrong with Josh Shapiro?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, look, and then if Israel and Iran go to war, they'll be like, yeah, now I remember why they did not pick Josh Shapiro. And no, look, I mean, I think if you're the Harris campaign, you just move forward. I would not be surprised if they have some announcement to make in the morning to try to shift the conversation. Maybe she announces she's going to North Carolina or Georgia or something, but you just try to move forward. And at the end of the day, you know, this race probably doesn't change very much, and it's a super close race.
Okay, and I do want to ask you, Sean, because you were, yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Well, she is going to the affected states in the next couple of days. She announced that today.
I want to ask you, Sean, because you mentioned this. The abortion answer does deserve a little attention, because it is amazing to see a Republican be able to say, like, hey, you didn't answer. And I will say, to its credit, the moderators, CBS News came in on the abortion question with Walz on 9th month. Is that cool? You never see that. That was Nora. She was the only one out there who was asking. I mean, Margaret was just, I went over it. And he didn't answer it. He did not answer the question. And then when JD tried to pound him on, like, you did sign that law, he lied. And he said he didn't sign it. And he did sign a law saying that you could have an abortion through the 9th month. He did. He just, like, anytime he got pinned down on the law, but it was, again, you never see this happen, Sean.
No, and Dan was absolutely right. This is the first time I've ever seen a Republican effectively communicate better than a Democrat on this issue. But JD's precision on the facts, right? Because it wasn't just the allowing up to 9 months. But the issue that Tim Walz really got caught on was they changed the medical definition of what a doctor was responsible of doing if there was a born alive baby that went through a botched abortion. That's a fact. JD was absolutely right on that. And he pressed Walz on it, and he kept going after him. JD was relentless on this issue. He was spot on the facts. He was empathetic and caring. I mean, he literally did everything that Republicans have been saying that they should do on this issue. I've never in my life seen a Democrat on defense when it comes to this issue. Walz literally blew this issue, which has been their defining and biggest issue when it comes to this election. All of their ads, all of their money, all their get out the vote effort is predicated on this. This is their target-rich issue in terms of expanding the gender gap. He blew it tonight. For the first time in political history, a Democrat got screwed on this issue.
It was amazing to watch JD's surgical-like precision getting in there on things that hadn't been responded to, asking the open-ended questions like, what exactly am I wrong on? How did I misstate it? Which can be the scariest questions to receive up there, like, oh, crap. I thought I would just be able to be like, it's a lie, and move on. He really was, I mean, it really looked like somebody who had gone through a surgical residency when it comes to rhetoric and argument, which is kind of what law school is, and, maybe also at Yale, even though I would recommend Albany Law School for all of you out there. It's a fine pedestrian law school, and you can see the law clearly because you don't have all that ivy in your eyes. It's wonderful. Highly recommend. So, Mark, I'll end with you. Final thoughts on where we are tonight and whether, I know you say you don't think it'll affect the race, but you don't think, and I'm just going to generate enthusiasm and all that, you don't think it's going to lead to a polling bump. And take on my point of Trump doesn't necessarily need a polling bump because right now it's so tight, that's good for Trump.
Well, we'll never know if it will lead to a polling bump because there's so much else going on right now, right? We've got 3 big stories that have Harris at least a little bit back on her heels, or at least imperiled: the dock strike, the Middle East, and the aftermath of the storm. I think that my Republican sources, who said about a month ago that the polls would move in the Sun Belt states back to Trump, and that Pennsylvania would be a better state for Trump, that may be happening before our eyes. There's some indication in the public data and in the private data that that's happening. So what this will do, as I said, it will elevate Vance as a fundraiser, elevate him as a surrogate. I think it'll also give just Trump himself, I don't think he'll be upset about the performance. I think he'll say, Steve, I was right. I picked him and he turned out to be great, just what I thought all along.
Yep.
I do think it'll give Republicans a shot of confidence. It'll give Democrats a little bit more trepidation about putting Waltz out. And of course, we know they have trepidation about putting Harris out. So it gives them a shot of momentum. They certainly win a couple news cycles off of this. But in terms of seeing a fundamental shift in the polls off of it, that's more than any vice presidential debate, even one that's almost an historic mismatch can possibly do.
I can only imagine Kamala Harris sitting at home thinking, what happened to my emotional support governor? Is this what you do when I hire you as my emotional support governor? You say you're a knucklehead. You have a meltdown. You have the weird faces.
She's got to write a thank you note to Margaret Brennan. She's got to get that done on the VP stationery.
Absolutely. I'm sure she'll be in the running for press secretary if Kamala Harris pulls this whole thing out. You guys, it's been a pleasure. Dan, welcome to the party. Great to have you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Wow, what a night. Okay, we're not done. Eric Bolling's here. He's going to close out the evening like we have every other debate in this cycle, and you're not going to want to miss his analysis. Don't go away. First, though, Hungry Root is a very cool company that you need to know about. This is a very easy way to eat healthy. Are you seeing all the health messaging going around, feeling overwhelmed about how to do it? These guys can help you. They're going to send you fresh, high-quality groceries, simple, delicious recipes, and essential supplements. It's like having someone else do all the planning and shopping, so you don't even have to think about it. Hungry Root gets to know your personal health goals, dietary restrictions, favorite foods, how much time you want to spend cooking, which is basically none for most of us, and more. Then they will build you a personalized cart for the week, including easy, get this, 4-ingredient recipes. Love that, to put those groceries to use. Each order fully customizable. They've got fresh produce, high-quality meat, healthy snacks, and more. Everything from Hungry Root follows a simple standard. It's got to taste good, it's got to be quick to make, and it's got to contain whole, trusted ingredients. Hungry Root is offering the Megyn Kelly Show viewers right now 40% off your first delivery and free veggies for life. Just go to hungryroot.com/Megyn to get 40% off your first delivery and get your free veggies. That's hungryroot.com/Megyn. Don't forget to use our link so they know we sent you. All right, joining me now, Eric Bolling. Happy to tell you that he is host of the brand new show, Bowling, with an exclamation point, which launched yesterday on YouTube, Rumble, and all podcast platforms. Bowling! I like it. Bowling! Welcome back to the show. Tell me everything. What'd you think?
Miss Megyn, you guys did a great summary of what went on. And I think you hit on something very importantly with the 4 fact checks by Margaret Brennan only. I think Nora O'Donnell was pretty fair. I think she was even-handed. Margaret Brennan, who I've known for a very long time, used to work with her at CNBC prior to her CBS gig. She had so much bias. She had so much animosity when she was talking to J.D. Vance. But you guys are right. The one time. And J.D. really had the composure. J.D. Vance had a composure when he was called out during an answer that should have been a third rail for Republicans, a layup for Democrats, called out during the answer, and Waltz had nowhere to go with it. And then Margaret Brennan, to her credit, maybe it was Nora Down, one of them, to their credit, said, Waltz, explain, and then he got twisted himself into a pretzel, started gaslighting. But the point is, I think you see, when they called J.D. Vance weird, that was Tim Walz who came up with that line. And may have been the reason why
in retrospect
he was
now, what a laugh that is.
How ironic that it was Walz who called Vance. And they may have gotten him that pick. And so I think you saw a couple. I think I agree with Halpern where I don't think this is going to move the needle. I'll get to 2 reasons. One of them is because I don't think VPs are that impressive or that important. However, Trump's my friend. With a 78-year-old president, he is right now smack dab in the middle of life expectancy in American males. You have to think what would happen. So you look at those 2 candidates side by side on that stage. If Trump, God forbid, passes away, could J.D. Vance step in? Yes, unequivocally. Independents.
We're good.
Democrats will say no. Independents have to say yes. Same independents. If Kamala Harris wants to go back and pick coconuts from her heritage Jamaican coconut trees that her mom talks about all the time, would America be okay with the Tim Walz as commander-in-chief? I think the answer is unequivocally no. He was nervous. He didn't
Eric,
know where
and
to
remember,
go.
she just a quick interjection. Remember, she just gave an interview where she was it Oprah? I can't remember. No, I think it was Stephanie Ruhle, where she was like, what was the last biggest decision you've had to make, like a gut, where you used your gut. And she said, it was selecting my running mate. It was selecting Tim Walz. I just went on instinct. I used my gut. Okay, well, we see where that's gotten us. I'm a knucklehead in a vice presidential debate.
She also recently has said, during that whole period when she was making that decision, she was under massive insomnia because everything was happening so fast. She was all of a sudden the candidate. Joe Biden was no longer the candidate. She wasn't sleeping. And I think she was just preparing the world for the realization, because she was probably realizing, like we are now, that it was a terrible pick. Now, does it matter? There's the right's going to say, well, it really depends. You can see Trump made a great decision. He picks only the best people. Well, we can say that's not necessarily the case. Trump term 1.0, there were a lot of people who ended up, stabbing him in the back. I would say Mike Pence was a terrible position. In fact, I was interviewing Trump it was literally a week before the 2020 election. Maybe it was 2 weeks. I'm sorry. It was 2 weeks before the election. And I said to him, are you going to replace Vance? And he looked at me. He's like, no one ever asked me that before. No, I'm going to stay with him.
For art's sake.
In hindsight, it was a bad decision. He should have. Pence, I'm sorry, Pence. I say Vance, I meant Pence. Yeah. So I asked him if he was going to replace Vance in prior to the election. He said, no, I'm going to stay with him. And he should have, because Pence has been proven to be nothing but terrible for Trump and for MAGA, and really for conservatives, real conservatives.
I'll defend Mike Pence, but I realize those two needed a divorce. That it wasn't meant to be. But I think he's a good man. Okay, so here's the other thing. J.D. Vance, I realize it may not have changed his trajectory, but what do you make of my theory that it has rehabilitated him in the minds of some who have seen nothing but negative media coverage about this guy, right? And then suddenly, I don't know what the ratings will be. They won't be as good as the presidential debate between Trump and Harris, but I bet they'll be decent. That they suddenly saw this totally new and different figure who was not this disgusting person, who was actually quite likable, who was polite, right? Because that was a risk, that he would come across as too slick against this Midwestern. He's Midwestern too, but like this folksy, avuncular Tim Walz with the flannel and gee, I'm just kind of like a regular football coach. And he didn't. He did not come across as slick. He was smooth. He was effective, but he was likable.
I think J.D. Vance did what Donald Trump. They wanted Trump to do the first debate, not the second debate against Kamala Harris. Trump took the bait too many times, and we talked about that. I think had Trump had that same demeanor, that confidence, that cogent delivery, you exuded confidence, I think he would have been in much better shape after the first debate. Here's why I don't think this debate matters. I don't think there should be another debate. I think Trump won the election today, not because of this debate. It had nothing to do with the debate. I think the two things that happened today, we woke up and we saw 45,000 longshoremen went on strike. That's going to create a massive.
They didn't ask about that.
They didn't ask about it, but it's also going to create a massive problem right now. It already is. Cars are already being stopped at the ports. Things are going to start to back up. Prices are going to start to go up. That's what happens. Oil prices rocketed up $4 a barrel. That's about 40 cents a gallon. That you're definitely going to see it no matter what happens. You're going to see gasoline prices raise anywhere between 30 and 40 cents a gallon if it stops, if they even release, if they even open up the ports right now. It's already on its way up. Prices will go up. And then Iran sending ballistic missiles into Israel. Those two events, I think any independent vote, I think there's people on the right who are going to vote for Trump, and on the left they're going to vote for Harris no matter what. But the independent voter has to say, this Harris, Biden, Harris, and Walz now, this whole administration has caused us tons of heartache. The family budget over the last 4 years, they haven't fixed anything. Well, Vance was very smart in saying all her ideas are great, but she had 4 years to do it and she hasn't done anything. So what makes you think anything would change going forward? So I think people realize that. And with this longshoreman strike and what could happen, it's going to sway a vote, an independent vote to Trump. And then you realize under Trump, there wasn't in Israel, there wasn't an attack by Hamas or an attack by Iran on Israel. There wasn't Russia taking Ukraine, going into Ukraine. These things didn't happen under Trump for a reason. Trump at dinner with Xi Jinping at Mar-a-Lago, sends missiles to a Syrian airbase with Russian soldiers on it at dinner with Xi Jinping. The world leaders know, don't F with this guy. Just don't play games
Wait, Eric,
with this
let me
guy
play
on
some
his
of that,
watch.
because we have some sound about that I wanted to get on. Here's one of these moments where Vance is responding to a question on what's happening in the Middle East. Watch it. Top 4.
The U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald
Amazing.
Yeah,
you couldn't improve on it.
Yeah, that's the point. The other point is Barack Obama sent $120 billion in cash in C-130 transports over to the Ayatollahs in Iran. Donald Trump came in and said enough is enough. We slapped sanctions on Iran. They were going bankrupt. Tehran was looking for food. They were at the mercy of the world. They were on their knees. Probably the third or fourth largest oil producer on the planet was brought down to begging for help under Donald Trump. Trump leaves office. Biden comes in, lifts the sanctions, sends billions upon billions of dollars back over to Iran. Next thing you know, they're funding Hamas, they're funding Hezbollah, rockets are going into Israel. Israel says, you know, we're not going to wait for this anymore. We're going to take matters into our own hands because you screwed up, Joe Biden. You screwed up and you put us at risk. The world is a safer place under Donald Trump. Like it or not, like his methods or not, it just simply is. And by the way, we're better off for it. If you don't think that translates into other things, safety and security, think about what it does for prices. There's a reason inflation was 1.4% under Donald Trump. Energy prices were lower. Trump wanted to drill as much as he possibly could. I've been an oil trader for 40 years. The only time oil ever traded as low as it ever did, and it traded at zero, it actually traded negative during Donald Trump. Think about that for a second. They were giving away barrels of crude oil because they had so much, they didn't have anywhere to store it. That happened under Donald Trump. Do we forget that? It was $1.89 a gallon. For a reason. It wasn't just markets going back and forth. It was because Donald Trump's policies created more energy, created more supply for energy. Demand was always there. Supply, he created it. Biden comes in, Obama leaves, Trump comes, Biden comes back in. They immediately put the clamps on leasing certain lands to drill on. They say they don't, but they do. And they threaten fracking. One more thing about fracking, if I may. With this, what's going on with the longshoremen and now Iran throwing bombs into Israel, oil is going to be a major, major player. I believe that the election will come down to Pennsylvania. I think that's the state that will decide the election. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins. Fracking is a major, major industry in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris, they can't trust her. If they trust her that she's going to be pro-fracking after she clearly has stated on several occasions she would ban it completely federally, they're out of their minds. And I think the people of Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, will bring Trump the presidency.
I want to talk about the economy. This is a true area of expertise for you. I love this story, but I remember watching you on the 5 one day, and it was when the White House was shut down for tours under, I guess it was Obama. He was not allowing tours of the White House because of the budget, whatever. And you were like, this is ridiculous. And you said it was like, I don't know, maybe like $140,000 a day to keep the White House open for the tours. And you said, I will personally fund the tours, you know, for the next week if you just open it back up. And Greg Gutfeld responded by saying, I'm just now realizing that this show is not your primary source of income. It was your successful career as an oil and gas trader, so you know of which you speak when you talk about energy and the price. So tell us, what is going to happen now with this potential war in the Middle East and Iran right smack dab in the middle of it?
Well, if you can tell me what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will do in response, I mean, I believe we need to defend. I hate wars, and I don't want any, would never send another American human being into a war. But if you tell me how Joe Biden's going to respond, I'll tell you what. Right now, I think if we defend Israel, through assistance, if you put boots on the ground, God forbid, I think you could see another $200 barrel of oil. You could see another $4 or $5.
What about the strategic petroleum supply?
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're going. You led me right into that. The supply that is 770 million barrels of oil that was put into place to protect against just this, a supply disruption to the United States. That was what it was there for. Because Biden raised prices so much with inflation and gas prices were spiking, he released oil to put more supply onto the market to reduce the price of oil. The problem is he gave away or sold out, let's call it this way, sold out more than half of our emergency strategic petroleum reserve. So we're around 300 million barrels, which we're supposed to be 780 filled. So he's sold that out. We don't have it anymore. We use 20 million barrels of oil a day. So what are we, 15 days of supply, God forbid a supply disruption. So he puts us at risk to save his own hide, his own ass, because he jacked up oil prices to start with. It's the worst energy policy we've ever been exposed to. It's even worse than Barack Obama's or
well, that was a great, I mean, J.D. Vance tonight did a very good job of over and over raising energy and just saying it all starts with energy, it all starts with energy.
It does.
There was a sharp exchange on the economy, and unbelievably, I was glad this came up, frankly, because I think J.D. Vance expected to use it defensively. He wound up using it offensively to begin with, saying they keep citing experts. Like, we don't believe in the experts. We're done listening to the experts. And it was great to hear him say it because Kamala Harris everywhere has been saying, oh, the experts prefer my financial plan to his. Goldman Sachs says my plan is better than his. Meanwhile, the head of Goldman Sachs came out and said, we didn't say that. That's not true.
Right.
So it was good to see J.D. Vance say offensively, like, they're obsessed with the experts. We are obsessed with common sense and the regular man's wisdom. Here's a little bit of that exchange in Sutton.
I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy.
And you know, Eric, the other thing, so you mentioned all your favorites there, but the other thing is Donald Trump and what he did to Iran, as you just outlined, was the left was extremely critical of it. They wanted to pretend like that was a real deal, where Iran was really going to disarm, and we could really just trust them. And Trump knew it was BS and thought the stick was going to work much more effectively than the carrot. And he was proven right. You know, now things have spiraled out of control, and they want to say, oh, it's because we didn't have this lovely deal. Nobody believes that, who's been watching this thing unfold. But finally, you have this effective spokesperson for it. And the thing about the experts, is there anybody who's not a far-left Democrat alive in this country who is still in the place of, well, I bow to the experts?
I'll tell you what, and again, exactly right. Everyone was warning, don't let them out. Don't let them out of this, the deal that Trump put them into. Don't let them out of the corner. They're on their knees, not going to be able to progress with their nuclear weapons. And as even Margaret Brennan said, they're closer now than they've ever been. And that's because they did let them out, and they sent cash to the Ayatollahs and to Tehran.
There was a great response by J.D. Vance. He's like, who's been in the vice presidency for the past 3.5 years? Like, you can't say, like, hello, what did you do about it?
There was a moment of bias, and those who say that Margaret Brennan wasn't biased, I'm telling you, she came from CNBC. I was there at the same time.
Who is saying that?
Watch.
Tim Walz and JD Vance went head-to-head in their first ever vice presidential debate, broadcast live on CBS. The debate was praised for being much more substantive than the presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump just last month, with a much deeper dive into policy issues rather than personal jabs, which characterized the Harris-Trump debate. But it was ultimately JD Vance's confidence in debating, knowledge of policy, and slick presentation that won him the night. Even leftist media like CNN were forced to admit Tim Walz lost the debate.
I think there was a clear lack of preparation and execution here on Walz's part.
I think actually it's the opposite. I think he had too much preparation.
Maybe, yeah.
He had so many lines that he was clearly trying to say that he didn't listen and said when J.D. Vance said one of the many things he really hit Kamala Harris on, not Tim Walz, but Kamala Harris, he didn't respond because he clearly had things in his mind. I think the lack of interviews that he has done with national media, with local media, it showed. He needed more reps.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, J.D. Vance is much more experienced at this, at public speaking, at defending himself, at pivoting.
MSNBC's Rachel Maddow was less generous with her praise, admitting that Vance was slicker, but Walz had a stronger grasp on policy.
A cordial debate between these two men. I wouldn't describe them as evenly matched because they are so different. So different in style and so different on substance. Very interested to hear from the spin room, to hear from all of my colleagues here, to get to all of the analysis that we're going to get to. I think the big picture takeaway from this is that one of these candidates is much slicker than the other, is a much more practiced, kind of professional debate style speaker, and the other candidate won. There was one bad moment for Tim Walz in this debate where he got mixed up and embarrassed in answering a question about exactly what month he had been in China.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
Honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens.
Senator J.D. Vance embarrasses Governor Tim Walz during the live VP debate for this current election. Bottom line up front, J.D. Vance mopped the floor with Tim Walz and really made him look like an amateur, to say the least. And in contrast, J.D. Vance proved why former President Trump picked him as his running mate. So what we're going to do is obviously react to the most viral clips at this point that I was able to put together and talk about it. Watch this.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
Now, I want you guys to look at the screen and see how Tim Walz is looking at J.D. Vance. That's how this entire debate went. Tim Walz looked at J.D. Vance as if Tim Walz wanted to vote for Trump and J.D. Vance. And you'll notice that as I play a couple of clips and just the way that J.D. Vance came out of the gate. And he introduced himself because he knows that whatever information people have about J.D. Vance, most of it is negative because it comes from where? The propaganda media. So he wanted to set the record straight, and that's exactly how you do it. And he did it within 60 seconds. It was a masterclass on that. Now, before we get to a very embarrassing moment for Tim Walz, let's address probably the top question that JD Vance gets, because he is now supporting Trump and he is Trump's running mate, and that is, how could you support Trump if you've been so critical of him when he was president? And here is what JD Vance had to say.
Writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear, and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews, is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern.
Now, that final point is what I always go to about the Democrats, and the biggest mistake they've made over the past 4 years at a minimum is that they're so obsessed with trying to persecute Trump, trying to prosecute Trump, trying to, I guess, kill Trump, that they don't do their job. Their job is to run the government and pass pieces of legislation that's going to help America. They're so focused politically on Donald Trump. Now we get to the unfortunate part when it comes to Kamala Harris and her gut decision that she made to choose her running mate, Tim Stolen Valor Walz. This embarrassing moment he had where, again, in his history, he's lied and misled people about what he's done, when he did it, where he did it. And one of the questions that has come up recently that was actually exposed by CNN about his visit to China in the year of 1989, where there were protests that ended where the China government pretty much killed these individuals. And he tried to say that, he wasn't really there during that time, or he was there. And he just really misspoke and all this other stuff. And it was brought out to the light, which was very interesting. And so the moderators asked him about that. Listen to his response.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this, so I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in, and from that I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
I didn't know what type of answer that was, and this is the type of person Tim Walz is. He's a person who tends to, in his own words, misspeak or misspoke, or in our words, misled would probably be the political term, or in layman's terms, lie about what you've been doing and when you did it and who you did it with. I mean, this guy is an ultra exaggerator about his record, and it's really shameful because he doesn't need to do it. No one gives, who cares when you went to China? Just tell people when you went. It's like, no one cares whether you were a command sergeant major or a master sergeant. You served 24 years, end of story. Why do you think you need to put, I was a retired command sergeant major? That doesn't make a difference. Most people don't even know what that means. So I find it funny why he lies about stuff that has no meaning in the end. When it's all said and done, no one cares. But that's who Tim Walz is, and that's the person she chose to be her running mate because it was her gut decision. Well, now we know if she becomes the commander-in-chief, we have an example of what her gut decision looks like, and it's not pretty. So let's hope she does not become the commander-in-chief, because if she's making gut decisions like this, it's not a good look. Now, I think one of the biggest controversial moments in this debate was when the moderators broke their own rules. They told us they weren't going to fact check. But what they didn't know was that if they go down that road, JD Vance is the wrong person to go down that road with, because you know what he ended up doing? Fact checking them, and then they retaliated by cutting his mic off. Watch this clip.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we want to have.
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
Let me give you some context around this, okay? They're talking about illegal immigration, okay? Because that's what it is right now in this country. And it's literally the third question in the debate. So we have plenty of time to get to whatever topics you guys want to talk about. This is a 90-minute debate. And you don't want him to explain himself? I thought you guys weren't going to fact check. So that was the dagger for their credibility. Now, still, ABC takes the cake as far as the worst debate, the worst moderators of a debate. Now, CBS comes in at second. Now, a perfect example why JD Vance is so dangerous is because of how articulate, how calm, confident, and tactful he is in his responses, and how he could truly dissect what's happening in real time during such a monumental debate. And he calls out Tim Walz, and this is the moment where I really felt like, okay, JD Vance is pretty much embarrassing Tim Walz at this point. I mean, you know, he's been nice, he's been cordial, but at this point, it's not even fair.
Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas.
So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Oh, man, that's just, you have to acknowledge that Tim Walz did not come to this debate prepared whatsoever. And not even, I don't think it even would have mattered if he prepared, because he does not have the reps, right? And that's something that a lot of people reacting to this debate were saying was pretty much the problem with Tim Walz is he's playing at a high school level and JD Vance is in the pros. I mean, you may hate JD Vance, but you can't knock his skill, right? And how confident and his delivery. I mean, it's just not even a comparison at this point. And I wanted you guys to look at the screen because this is how it went. That's Tim Walz's face, and that's JD Vance's face. I mean, JD Vance is like, what? Who is this guy? Right? This is supposed to be the vice president nominee for the Democratic Party. Like, what is going on? So JD Vance focused strictly on policy. He did not do any personal attacks. And what he did was deliver a performance that I think when it comes to his own political career is going to put him at a different level. Now, before we wrap up this video, if you've been getting value from this, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below and grab yourself a t-shirt or buy us a cup of coffee. The closing statement, which is always probably the most important thing, you know, how you start and how you finish, JD Vance wasn't finished, okay? He continued to rip through Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
I mean, he passes this test with flying colors. And I like the way that he speaks. I think this is the nail in the coffin. There's no more second guessing JD Vance. The narrative that the corporate media try to kick up around him and say that he's this angry and dangerous and vile person and he's racist and all this other stuff, that totally got snuffed out tonight. And you got to see what the campaign, I believe, was trying to hit home with more of the undecided or suburban women out there who were kind of on the fence. They don't really like the rough edges of Trump. But now if they watch this and they see the way JD Vance delivered this, they're going to see and say, well, wait a minute, J.D. Vance isn't Trump. He's not like him, and he's not what the media have been saying. And so here are some of my initial just takeaways or reactions from this entire debate. It was 90 minutes, of course. Let's just start out with probably the worst part of this entire debate. Again, the moderators, they get an F, okay? And here's why they get an F. They broke their own rules. As soon as you break your own rules, you lose all credibility. You'll notice through the clips that I played you, and maybe you've seen other clips where you don't see J.D. Vance personally attacking Tim Walz for the stolen valor, for the tampons in boys' bathrooms, and all the other stuff that we can bring up to attack him. He didn't do any of that. And the reason why I believe they didn't do that is they clearly have internal polling that tells them this is the type of message we need to bring home tonight. Will this debate even matter in the end? It will matter for J.D. Vance. No question. It will matter for the future of the Republican Party. It will matter because it once again proves that the corporate media has no idea what they're talking about. On the other side of things, will this lose her votes? In my opinion, I don't think so, okay? But obviously, let's wait to find out. Let's see what the polls are looking like. But all in all, A+ for J.D. Vance. If you have not seen the full thing, is it worth watching? No, because there's a lot of questions in there that are really boring. That's my opinion. What's yours? What do you guys think about these clips that I showed you? There's plenty more, of course. I will be creating more videos around this debate. But let me know what your initial reaction is in the comment section below. Thank you for checking out the video today. Stay grateful, stay focused, and stay true. Peace.
The dark side of the Force was nothing if not corrupting. It offered easy answers and instant strength, tempting even righteous beings into giving in and then drawing them down into the abyss.
Honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course...
All right, there you go. Tim Walz, J.D. Vance, the only VP debate that we will see this cycle, and a pretty interesting one. We have a great panel here: Glenn Beck, Sarah Gonzalez. We've got Steve Deace. We've got Jill Savage. We got the whole group here. This is going to be a lot of fun today. Glenn, why don't you lead us off? What were your reactions?
I think I just officially met the best vice presidential candidate of my lifetime. I can't think of a vice president that has impressed me in a debate more than him. This guy's, I believe, ready to be president. He shows that Donald Trump is not planning on staying king forever, because Donald Trump didn't pick a sycophant. He didn't pick everything that you would say, that the left would say Donald Trump is going to pick. He picked a successor. He picked someone who can take his 4 years and make it 12 years.
It definitely seems like what the pick meant, and the performance was, I think, a clinic at times. I mean, really impressive from J.D. Vance. I kept coming back to the idea of putting myself in the mold of an MSNBC viewer who has just heard this guy's like humping couches and some weirdo. Imagine seeing that guy. Like, that is totally not the impression you'd get at all if you have an open mind at all. I don't think there's any way you can think Tim Walz.
I don't think there's anybody watching MSNBC.
Well, that's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I totally agree with Glenn. I think, he was unfazed. He was cool, calm, and collected. He was so different than what the leftist media and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have been trying to portray him as this entire time, which is not just, as you mentioned, humping couches. Thank you for the imagery.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, that's true. We all have our choices.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming.
community.
Yeah. But I do think that, I mean, this was perhaps their first look at J.D. Vance and what he was about and hearing from him. And I do think that it's going to be very hard for them to continue with this rhetoric that he is some far right-wing radical, that he is, Project 2025. He's a part of it. Him and Donald Trump are going to destroy the country. He was a very reasonable person. He was very personable with Tim Walz. It's going to be very hard for them to continue this rhetoric that he is a far-right extremist now that they've actually heard from him himself.
Jill, what do you think?
Well, they want to go out and say J.D. Vance is weird, right? The far-right rhetoric. No, and to Glenn's point, this is somebody in the vice presidential debate that is actually memorable. What did we have the last time around when Donald Trump was on the top of the ticket? Mike Pence. What were we talking about after the VP debate?
The fly.
The fly. Exactly. How different is this scenario that we're sitting here talking about right now than the fly that landed on Mike Pence's head? Now, I'm not going to go out and say it's a Reagan a time for choosing, which I do have in my car at all times just in case. But it is. It's something that is going to elevate J.D. Vance to a different status where you can't just write him off and say, oh, he's not somebody to be taken seriously. He's not a man of substance. He was speaking to everyday Americans, and that's what we needed to have happen. He didn't wait until the very end for his closing remarks. He did it often early, and he just spoke to the American people.
Steve?
I thought that was the best apologetic for Donald Trump's candidacy, record, policies, ideas the American people have ever heard from anybody, is what I thought. I think if the president is, the former president is smart, that will be the last word. And he will not attempt to finish the job. Let that be the last word the American people hear. And I think, you know, there's some polling from Emerson today, and there's very few public pollsters that I had regard for right now. Emerson is one of the few that I do. And Emerson came out today with a poll of Pennsylvania that showed a clear majority of Pennsylvanians admit that Trump's policies are better for them. And yet their top line result in the state was still a tie. So there was a 7-point gap, which is monstrous, between people who admit that Trump's policies are better for them than who actually is willing to vote for him in terms of the margin. And I think, you know, we could sit here, and I'm getting it from some of my ideological buddies around the country, and I'm usually in this camp. We could have hit him harder there, could have hit him harder here, could have hit him harder there. But the number one thing that J.D. Vance did tonight with his presidential posture, presence, he made Donald Trump something he is not to a majority of the American people. Accessible. And I think that
and stable.
Yes, and what he did, that entire presentation tonight, the fact he could have, when we were talking, Jill, before the debate, I was concerned he was going to just beat him up too bad. I don't think Tim Walz did that bad at all. He was shaky at the start. I think from a substance standpoint, he even won a couple of rounds. But if I could use a baseball analogy, because my Tigers are in the playoffs, Tim Walz is a solid Bill Buckner, perennial Major League Baseball starting first baseman. What you saw here tonight was Stan Musial, Lou Gehrig, Miguel Cabrera level talent at the same position. I am not comparing Vance to Walz. I'm looking at Vance trying to make a sale to the American people that Donald Trump has consistently struggled to make.
Yes.
He made that sale tonight.
Yes.
He closed that sale tonight. And he made Donald Trump accessible. He made Donald Trump stable. He made Donald Trump safe, reasonable, and some of the things that are that my fellow red meat eaters and dispensers are the most disappointed by tonight is exactly what Vance needed to do. This was an only Nixon could go to China moment where the guy that was the attack dog actually came on the stage and demonstrated presidential maturity and actually called people to something inspirational and to rise above all of the demagoguery. And as much as we need a fight and we need a trial, most Americans aren't ready for that, guys. They're not. Most Americans just want to believe that it's morning in America again, that it can be, that we can have a return to normalcy, that it's safe again, and he provided that tonight.
I think they also want an adult. They want somebody to walk in the room and just say, I'm not playing that game. You can play that game all you want. I'm just not going to play it. Look, let's talk about the actual issues. He looked like an adult, and the first adult I have seen on stage
in a while.
Listen, my first election I could vote in was 1992. That is the best presentation I've ever seen to the American people from a GOP standard bearer since I've been of voting age in a general election national setting.
And I can only go back to Ronald Reagan to say, because my first election was '84, and that was the last time. But I've never seen a vice presidential candidate that good.
I really felt from the very beginning that it looked like Walz was there to win, or excuse me, this was Steve earlier. I keep screwing up the names. Vance was there to win. Walz was there to survive. And as I think about that, I think they both accomplished that. I think Vance was the clear winner, and I don't think anyone with an open mind could possibly think that he lost that debate. But Walz didn't sink his campaign. I don't think it was destructive.
If he were a Republican, he would have. That answer on Tiananmen Square was one of the worst answers. That would have been the takeaway. So what was the moment? What was the takeaway tonight? Because that's important. The takeaway, if it were an honest debate, would be that Tiananmen Square. And if you want to play it fair on the other side, maybe the January 6th thing for Walz. You know what I mean?
It was very late in the debate, though.
Right.
Lots of baseball on.
What's going to be the takeaway from this? What's going to be the moment?
I think the takeaway is an overall sentiment.
No. I talk about a sound clip or a picture.
That one moment.
What's that one moment?
I think it's his opening statement. I think Vance's opening statement, I thought set the tone for the entire evening. Everything we said, he almost quoted verbatim what Matt Peterson and I suggested on our stage before the debate. It was almost like he was had a medium channeled into us.
Well, he's probably a subscriber.
I mean, what Matt even texted me, we should be getting paid for this. I mean, it was almost verbatim what we suggested, and that set the tone. I'm going to be inspirational. I'm not going to give you the pugilism you want. All right, I'm not going to give you the one-liner back and forth. That's what you guys want, to remind everybody, isn't Donald Trump an a-hole? That's what you want. I'm not going to give you guys that tonight. And tonight, what J.D. Vance did is he gave that 7-point difference in that Emerson poll in Pennsylvania. He gave those people who know. You know, when Reagan is famous for saying about Barry Goldwater, he's right, you know, okay? Because Goldwater nobody liked his personality either. But that was a different era where it was more tolerable to be that pugilistic than it is now. What he did is he said, you know what? Trump's right, you know. So that 7 points of people in Pennsylvania who told Emerson, Trump is right, but I don't like him. That's the best possible pitch that could have been made to those voters to give them permission to say, you're right, Trump's right.
Can we watch a little of this clip that he was just describing? Here is the opening statement from J.D. Vance.
I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq, and so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
I will tell you, I know everyone should go home tonight and stream Hillbilly Elegy. Even if you've watched it already, stream it. That thing should be #1 on Netflix this week because that explains who he is, why he's inspirational, what he believes in. This guy is dirt strong. And when you see, I thought it was going to be, okay. It is a tremendous movie that, when you watch it, would never be made today because of how effective it is in making you go, oh my gosh, this guy's an amazing man.
It's huge Hollywood stars. They would never put Hollywood stars that are that big into a movie about J.D. Vance ever again. Ever again. They're just so angry at themselves that they did it right now because it makes him look so good.
Yeah, Stu, to your point about, I agree with you that I think that Tim Walz survived. J.D. Vance clearly won. But I do think it's important to point out the stakes were much higher for J.D. Vance because the president, right? I mean, Donald Trump is how old? 79, 78. Okay, so the stakes are much higher for the vice president who has the president who is unfortunately in his elderly years.
And you wouldn't have a party like the Democrats that say, no, leave him in there because she's worse.
Right.
That's why we didn't hear anything about his, senility.
Right.
This guy, I would feel comfortable with him replacing the president.
And I think that yeah, exactly. And I think that America needed to see that. They needed to see that this person was a palatable person because the likelihood of him potentially replacing Donald Trump is unfortunately much higher than the likelihood of Tim Walz somehow rising, to the top with Kamala Harris.
I think the odds of this is going to be controversial. I think the odds of an assassination of Donald Trump have gone down after this for the left. Because this guy would immediately step up, call for calm, say, we're going through the election.
Well, you have to get there to November 5th first. Yeah. You have to make it there first.
No, but
once you get there,
nobody wants him to be to. Don't take Trump out. He's our best shot at winning that or losing. That's what they would say.
I think that if I'm a Democrat, I look at that and I'm scared. Like, I'm scared that this guy's probably, the leader.
That's why they had to call him weird from the very beginning. They saw it before many of us did.
Yeah.
Yes.
They also knew Tim Walz was the weird one. So
that's a 12 years.
They always accuse you of what they are or what they're doing.
Party projection.
All right, remember, FDR was 12 years.
Yeah, there you go.
Plus, can I just say this, if we're going to be controversial, wouldn't it be the most Trump thing ever to win this election? Get vindication, stand up there, give your inaugural address, serve your first 100 days and say peace out, and just walk. I prove my point. That'd be like the most Trumpian thing ever, wouldn't it? Yes.
All right, I want to go to Liz Wheeler. She's the Blaze TV host of the Liz Wheeler Show. Liz, what'd you think?
All right, first of all, to Glenn's point, when J.D. Vance was announced as Trump's vice presidential running mate, I was standing with Tucker Carlson in the green room at the RNC, and we both just turned and looked at each other and said the exact same thing. We said, assassination insurance. Well done, Donald Trump, for that pick. So I think he did prove that point tonight. Listen, J.D. Vance did something tonight in the debate, which I had advised him to do, which is to use Tim Walz as if nobody's going to remember Tim Walz in 4 years. What I mean by this is think back to Hillary Clinton in 2016. Everyone is always going to remember that campaign. Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, unforgettable in the course of political history. But you think, who was her running mate? Tim Kaine, that weirdo guy? You can barely even recall his face. You can barely even recall his face. Nobody knows his name. Nobody cares his name. That's going to be the case for Tim Walz in just a matter of years here. No one's even going to remember who he was. No one's going to care. So J.D. Vance did an incredibly strategically smart thing at the very beginning of this debate, and he didn't make a case against Tim Walz. He made his case against Kamala Harris. J.D. Vance was standing on that stage running the Trump administration versus the Kamala Harris administration, and it was incredibly smart. He simply used Tim Walz as this sort of punching bag to punch and pivot to Kamala Harris's record, to contrast Kamala Harris's record against what President Trump has done in office and what he will do when he is back in the White House. And it worked brilliantly. At the very beginning, I echo what Steve said, that opening statement from J.D. Vance was as good as it gets. Mm-hmm. It was about J.D. Vance the person without making it about J.D. Vance the personality. It made it only about here's why you can trust me because I get you. I want to be a fighter for you. It was a masterful debate. It was fun to watch. I think J.D. Vance did better the first half of the debate than he did the second half of the debate. He faltered a bit, and I say this kind of laughingly because my standards for people on debate stage are impossibly high. He faltered somewhat in the second half, and it started with his answer on abortion. That wasn't a misstep. That's the Trump campaign strategy. We've talked about this before. I'm more pro-life than Donald Trump, so I don't agree with that strategic choice they've made to be soft on abortion. I don't think that's right. J.D. Vance lost a little bit of his authority after he made that answer, and he kind of played nice guy a little bit with Tim Walz. I think that undermines the campaign that Donald Trump is running a little bit when he plays nice guy, as if you can just debate like gentlemen in Congress and then go out and have a beer after. You don't really do that when the other side is posing an existential threat to our country. So I do think that was a little bit of a misstep by J.D. Vance. But overall, my takeaway is that J.D. Vance highlighted the issues that are most important to the American voter. That would be the immigration crisis, the economy, and forever wars. If you're trying to recruit undecided voters, those are the 3 issues to use to try to earn their vote. And J.D. Vance did a very good job highlighting Kamala Harris's failures and highlighting Donald Trump's successes. So they say nobody's going to cast their vote one way or the other based on a vice president, but if they do, then J.D. Vance earned some votes tonight.
So, Liz, let me ask you. It's interesting to me that Trump's strategy is exactly the opposite of every president and vice presidential ticket I've ever seen. The lead in this time is the attack dog. And the vice president is the one. Everything is let's play nice. Let's be reasonable. You know what I mean? It's usually the president who is, we're going to be reasonable, and the crazy attack dog. It's fascinating that they made that choice, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. It's opposite just because that's the natural personality of both of those 2 candidates. One of my pet peeves on debate stages is when they try to remake a candidate into some other personality. Like, you wouldn't have Donald Trump go on that stage, for example, and try to present those issues the way that J.D. Vance did.
Correct.
In a utopian world, I might want Donald Trump to do that because I think that's the best strategy for debating, but Donald Trump's personality doesn't lend itself to making a case in that way. J.D. Vance's personality does. So it's good, I think, rightly ordered, to actually acknowledge, okay, this is Donald Trump's strength, so this is how we'll have him behave in the campaign. This is J.D. Vance's strength, this is how we'll have him behave. Versus trying to artificially shoehorn them into some, preconceived notion of what a number 1 versus a number 2 should do in a campaign.
Liz, if you are an undecided voter, someone who's just not paying attention to this, maybe never even seen either of these 2 people before in any depth at all, which is a lot of, millions of people, right, that'll probably watch this tonight. What are your impressions of the 2? Specifically, what's your impression of Tim Walz?
Sure. Well, I think actually I'm going to give you my impression of J.D. Vance first. So if I am an undecided voter who really hasn't heard of these 2 people, I definitely did hear the lies. It's not even a false narrative. The lies that the left was slinging about J.D. Vance, calling him weird. And nothing about J.D. Vance on that stage tonight was weird. I look at J.D. Vance, if I'm an undecided voter who's only heard that he's weird, I'm like, what are you talking about? This guy was very reasonable. He has a very relatable story. He speaks very well. He was rather dignified, in fact. So I think that whether or not undecided voters would admit it, it kind of erased the damage. And I think it was a real damage done by that lie that was calling J.D. Vance weird. So that's the first thing. The second thing is Tim Walz. I mean, what an embarrassment. He was fumbling, bumbling, nervous. And I don't mean nervous like, okay, anybody who goes on a national debate stage is going to have a little bit of nerves that makes you human. No, he was nervous because he was lying, and he was nervous because Kamala Harris lies, and he was nervous about being trapped by those lies, which he was when he was asked about his lie about visiting China during the Tiananmen Square massacre. The reason that he looked like a trapped rat is because that's what he is. He was caught in a lie that was more meaningful than even the moderators understood, or they probably wouldn't have asked him that question. So if I'm an undecided voter, particularly a male voter, I think that I'm highly turned off by Tim Walz's record on all the important issues. He has failed, and it was pretty evident. He displayed his failure on stage tonight.
I can definitely confirm that I am turned off by Tim Walz. So you nailed that.
Has anybody ever seen a debate where the moderator says, oh, no, you have more time. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Seriously, please continue.
I mean, it was amazing.
Thank you so much, Liz Wheeler. By the way, subscribe to Liz Wheeler's newsletter. It's at lizwheelernewsletter.com, lizwheelernewsletter.com. Liz, thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
By the way, I should also remind you, you should subscribe to Blaze TV, blazetv.com. Do that tonight. Get involved. As you might know, the media is not going to lead you down any road of truth or fact or accuracy. You need people pushing back against that, and that's what we try to do at Blaze TV. Glenn started this quite a while ago.
Let me tell you something. I have never been more proud of Blaze TV than I am right now. I mean, we did the real news, or not the real news, but
Blaze News Tonight.
Blaze News Tonight.
You don't know the name of the shows.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the shows. I don't even know who these people are. I mean, we are doing some incredible work, and we've turned a corner. Nobody believes the mainstream media anymore, and we are doing our best to make sure we have the documentaries and information that you have. And I've never been more proud of my colleagues before to be a part of this group.
Well, thank you, man.
Very nice. We should, so
Except
please,
for you.
Except for us.
Present company. So subscribe to Blaze TV. Please do that. The code FIGHT will get you $40 off right now. So take advantage of that.
I love this. Thank you. I am legitimately glad to be here. Thank you. Well, it is a great country. And thank you for saying that. This is our 12th city. And out of 16, and one of the things that I wanted, I love you too, thank you. I wanted, if you spend your life experiencing the United States through your phone, which I think all of us do, you really lose track of what it's actually like, and you do. And I do think that part of the lie, part of the plan for the rest of us is to convince us that our country sucks. And that's not true at all. And that's why it's been such a blessing to go coast to coast. 8:30 this morning, I was on the Conestoga River in your state. Beautiful. You could have been anywhere, Montana, New Zealand. It was incredible. And I ran into people in the park where I was looming, not in a threatening way, but wandering around one of your parks. And they said to me, "Oh my gosh, we just saw Alex Jones wandering in the park." Actually, and they weren't afraid. They were delighted. And they were great people. And that's kind of the point, is that in 12 cities, from East Coast to West Coast to the middle to back to the East Coast, I haven't met a single angry person. I haven't met a single nasty person. I haven't met anybody mistreating anybody else. I met exactly the opposite. I have met the warmest, kindest, most loving, hilarious, eccentric people I've ever met. And those are the people I grew up with. This is the country I remember. And so, no, it's true though. It actually is great. And I've just been reminded of that. So thank you, and thank you for having me. So with that said, and I've been in a good mood, despite being away from my wife and dogs. I've been in a good mood every day for the last 21 days, really until today when I got back from wandering around one of your parks, and I see this picture of your governor. I actually don't really want to show up in somebody else's state and attack their politicians, because that's not my state or Commonwealth. But I saw a photograph of your governor, Josh Shapiro, standing with a foreign leader signing an artillery shell that is going to kill civilians in a country we're not at war with a grin on his face. And I had a couple of thoughts. I was disgusted by it, actually. I was enraged by it. And here's why. Let me be specific about here's why. The first reason is, I've been driving around Pennsylvania, and actually I've fished here a lot over the course of my life. And so I know the state pretty well. And there are some, it is really one of the prettiest out of 50, maybe the prettiest in spots out of 50. It's ridiculous how pretty it is. But there are some hurting places in this state, actually, where people don't have jobs, where, beautiful buildings in utter disrepair, walking back from dinner last night, people sleeping on the sidewalk, things that we should not put up with in a country with self-respect, and our leaders did that, actually. And so for anybody in charge of anything in this country, and particularly in this state, to be spending time, money, or concern on a foreign country's problems enraged me. It enraged me. How dare you lecture me about problems in some other place, whether it's in Eastern Europe or the Middle East or Central Africa? I don't care. I don't wish any of those people harm at all. I wish everyone well. But for you to spend your time worrying about that and paying for that, when your own state, people in your own state are literally living on the sidewalk, damn you, actually. I mean that. Because a leader's only job is to take care of the people he leads. Period. It's not to end global climate change. It's not to defeat Vladimir Putin or anybody else. It's to protect and watch over the people he leads. This is true of any organization, starting with the most basic organization in any society, which is the family. A father's job is to watch over his family. And if his kids are sick and have drug problems, and he takes off to another country to deal with other people's children in a faraway land, he has abandoned his family. And I don't care what story he tells you about himself and what a great and caring and compassionate person he is, and I don't care how much he attacks you for noticing, he is a bad father and a bad man, because he has violated his sacred duty to his own children. That's why he's here, is to watch over his children. And the same is true for all organizations, whether it's a military unit or the office you work in or the town you live in or the state you reside in or the nation you were born in. The people who run it have one job, and that's to watch out for you because they're your leaders. And when they ignore that, they are evil, period. They're not misguided. There's no way that someone who lives in this state, particularly who claims to represent this state, was born in this state. I'm one of you, I'm from Pennsylvania. You don't notice that you take a city like the one I woke up in this morning where my wife went to grade school, and it's a beautiful city built over centuries by hardworking immigrants, by the way. German mostly, but probably from lots of other places, and they spent hundreds of years making this a great city. And I walked through it this morning on the way to the park, and the streets are covered in garbage and broken needles. And it's like, you don't notice that? Really, Josh Shapiro? You don't notice that? How can you not notice that? There's someone sleeping right there. And you're lecturing me about Ukraine? Damn you. There's no concern at all, and where there's no concern, there's no love, actually. Concern grows from love. It's organic, it's easy. You didn't have to read a book about how to love your children. It came naturally to you. They're your children. And by the way, that's enough. I'm one of them. Not super well-educated, non-geniuses. We have a lot of dumb parents who are pretty good parents. Not because they learned some theory about parenting from the Harvard School of Parenting, but because they love their children. And if you love your children, you may make a mistake here and there. I have. Every parent has. But over time, if your actions are guided by a sincere love for your child, that child's gonna be okay. Because that's all that matters. And so, if over time you totally ignore the material and spiritual condition of your people, if they wind up sleeping on the street and the storefronts are closed and the windows are broken and they can't walk to CVS without getting mugged, and it's physically unclean, that's not an accident. They don't love you, they hate you. That is true. Do not listen. I talk for a living, so I think a lot about this. About words and their use. And I use words, we all do, to communicate with other people. It's what separates us from the animals. It's not the opposable thumb. Whoever thought of that is an idiot. It's language. It's language. It's the ability to be precise about the way we feel and communicate that to another person, to pass on information, to pass on our history. That's what our culture is. It's talking. And that's great. But words are also, if you think about it, a means of deception. They are a vector for lying. How do the lies reach you? Because they come out of somebody's mouth. So if you're in my business and you think a lot about language and you're around people who are lying for a living, after a while, you lose faith in it. You do. And after a while, at least if you're me, you decide, I'm gonna be a lot more like my dog. My dog is not a fluent English speaker. Genius, but doesn't speak English. And yet my dog and your dog and everyone's dog knows exactly what's up. They can't hear a word you say, they only watch you. And when you move over and pick up the bowl, it's dinner time. You didn't tell them that, they're watching what you do. And I've decided that's a much more accurate way to judge intent. You can say, well, I have a plan because I'm so compassionate. I really care about you and all your communities. First of all, anyone who uses the word community is lying to you. Because there's no such thing as a community. There are only people, actually, with names and fingerprints. They're only individuals. No woman ever gave birth to a community. There's no such thing. Talking about communities is a way of ignoring actual people. Really, name 3 people in the community. What are their middle names? Who are their moms? Do you know their moms? You don't know anything about the community. Community is a way to make your responsibility more diffuse and less specific. I don't want to hear about a community. How about that guy? He's on fentanyl. There's a spreading puddle of urine in front of him. That's an American citizen. That's someone you're supposed to love. Your job is to love that person, and you're doing nothing for that person because you're lecturing me about the community is the truth. And I'm sorry to say it, I drive into this town. I've been coming to Reading not very often, but like once every 4 or 5 years. It's like, you know, your college roommate's kids, they grow so fast, you know, because you don't see them that much. So I come to Reading like sporadically, but pretty consistently over like 40 years now. Not better. It's a beautiful town, actually. It's a beautiful town. Like, someone spent a lot of time building Reading, Pennsylvania. It's super obvious as you drive in. It's not a bunch of dollar stores. No, there are a bunch of big, substantial brick buildings built over 100 years by people who cared. And to see a town like that dying from lack of care, from lack of love, but it's not just Josh Shapiro. Trust me, it's a whole line. It's decades of politicians who didn't love you. That enrages me. And then to see him direct his love toward a foreign leader and a foreign population that he knows nothing about. He doesn't speak Ukrainian. What do you know about Ukraine, Josh Shapiro? No, it's a way for his friends to get rich and him to puff himself up like some sort of fake world leader and seem like he cares. He's got bigger concerns in mind. Geopolitical. You may not know that word. Geopolitical. Trust me, Josh Shapiro has no freaking idea what that word means. But more to the point, Josh Shapiro's only job is to protect and enhance the lives of people in Reading and Pottstown and every other town in this state, including, and I'm just gonna say it, and you're gonna jeer me, including Philadelphia. I know. Boo, Philadelphia, I get it. But Philadelphia, whatever else that you can say about it, is filled with American citizens. American citizens, your brothers and sisters in your common Americanness, fellow citizens. Yeah, right there. And my nephew from Philadelphia, my brother-in-law from Philadelphia, right now here, great people. And how is that city doing? I mean, it's a reliable source of political power for creeps like Josh Shapiro, because it's easy to rig it in Philadelphia. And that's what we spend all our time talking about, but what we never talk about is the zombies walking under public transportation there. And they're not zombies, actually. They're Americans with names, and they're dying, and he doesn't care. And giving them a safe place to shoot up is not love, it's hate. That's hate. I don't care what they call it. And that's what I mean about language. They can dress up hate as love. Oh, that's love, it's compassion, it's caring, it's harm reduction. Really? Your kid comes home and is like, I'm a junkie. You're like, well, here's some needles. I'm gonna give you some time in your room to shoot fentanyl. What? You're gonna chain him to the freaking radiator until he gets better. Of course, or do whatever you can to get that child off a drug that can and will kill him. You would never make it easier for your kid to kill himself. And that's exactly what they're doing. And then they're lecturing you about harm reduction. You're evil, actually. That's how I feel when I hear that, having lost a lot of people I love to drugs. I bet there's not one person in this room who doesn't know someone who's died from drugs. You think Josh Shapiro stays up late worrying about that? No, he stays up late worrying that Ukraine doesn't have enough weapons of mass destruction to win some unwinnable war. You're evil, if that's your concern. So the only way you judge people is by the effects of what they do. You judge the tree by the fruit. And you can say, well, I'm a lemon tree. I'm a lemon tree. Bright orange, tart, but delicious with Diet Coke. I'm a lemon tree. Really? Because those are pomegranates, honey. Those aren't lemons. You're lying. You are not a lemon tree. Those are pomegranates. I know, because there's the fruit. You can tell me you care about the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but they're dying of drug ODs, and you're doing nothing other than sending more weapons of mass destruction to some creepy guy in a tracksuit. And that's the other thing that enraged me, and I didn't expect to give a speech like this because I'm really trying to cool the temperature and remind all of us that we're all Americans and we all have something in common. But it just spun me up so completely watching that grinning ghoul with that other grinning ghoul signing an artillery shell. He's never seen one go off. I have. And anybody who takes delight in the death of civilians is a freak. That's just a fact. And there's something forbidden about saying that, particularly if you're on the right. I've been on the right my whole life. I've never been on the left. I've never been some freaky liberal, okay? Ever. And I never will be. So I think I have the authority to say, if you take delight in the suffering of other human beings, you're evil. And I mean that. That's what my religion tells me. That's what common sense tells me. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. And yet they do. Because the truth is they're violence worshipers, actually. They're violence, they are. And how do you know that? By what they do? Not what they say. Oh, it's all about freedom and compassion. Really? An entire generation of Ukrainians has been killed in a war they literally can't win. And they get off on it. They love it. They love violence. That's why every federal agency with guns, they've taken over. No, they love it. And why do they love it? Because it makes them feel like God. That's why. Because the one power that God possesses that we do not possess is the power to create and end life. You can kill in self-defense. We can argue about what the self-defense is. I mean, that's, it's a whole conversation, which is a legitimate conversation. But what we know we can't do because we are not God is murder people because they're in the way. Or murder people to get rich. You can't be Dick Cheney, actually. Sorry, it's not allowed.
A lot of people seem to have been reaching the same conclusion recently, which is that being a little healthier, being spiritually grounded, eating right, paying attention to nature, all of those really matter. Sleep takes up a big portion of your day, like 1/3 of your life is spent asleep, and sleeping well makes you much happier and more productive. So you shouldn't be surprised that some of the products that we've been looking at to think about entering into partnerships with are based on sleep, and we've got one we really like. It's called Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth makes, among other things, bamboo sheets. Bamboo sheets? Well, we tried them, and they're awesome. Bamboo sheets are really soft and breathable, and they keep you cool all night long, and they get even softer with every wash. You gotta try it. And they don't just make sheets, they do pajamas and robes, leisure wear, bath towels. They make a whole bunch of stuff out of bamboo, and it's cool. It's not just this weird, oh, it's bamboo. Actually, it's great. Try it. They make great gifts. At Cozy Earth, the quality is backed up by a 10-year warranty. They offer even a 100-night sleep trial. 100 nights. Didn't take us 100 nights to get into it, but try it for yourself. So make your life more comfortable. Head over to CozyEarth.com/Tucker and use the promo code Tucker for up to 40% off. You will feel the difference. CozyEarth.com/Tucker and use the promo code Tucker for a big discount.
And so when Dick Cheney and his creepy, freaky little daughter joined the Kamala Harris for President campaign, everyone's like, oh, that's so shocking. I can't quite believe that. No. All the people who worship violence are now on the same side. Yeah, it's disgusting. And you may not have thought about how disgusting it is because the one thing they're good at, the only thing, their unique talent, is not building anything. It's not creating anything. When was the last time someone built something beautiful and useful in Reading? When was the last time one of your leaders was like, we're going to make it better in Reading? No, it's been a long time. Josh Shapiro hasn't done it. But the one thing they are good at is seizing the moral high ground. Immediately. No matter what they're doing, whether it's giving drugs to junkies, crack pipes to crackheads, abetting the largest example of human trafficking in the history of the West, which is what they're doing right now, is they move 15 million people illegally into our country from around the world. The girls get sold off to coyotes. They did that. They're human traffickers at scale. No, that's just a fact. That, by the way, that's not a crackpot opinion. That's just true. And yet they turn to you, every person in this room, the people with useful jobs, the kind of jobs that actually are essential. And they're like, you're just bad people. Really? Oh, you're bad people, really? There was an analysis done, Bobby Kennedy told me this, and I checked it, it's true. In the last election, Biden voters own 70% of the wealth in the United States, and Trump voters own 30%. And I thought to myself, on the one hand, it's like, okay, Republican Party's now the party of working class people, great. But then I thought, how did they get 70% of the wealth? They don't do anything, actually. They have no skills. There's nothing they do that we really need. In fact, most of it's bad. I mean, ask yourself, if your average Biden voter somehow like got pulled out of the workforce, would you be okay? No, I'm really. Like, how long do you think this country could survive without private equity? A week? Before we all just starve to death? How long could you and your family make it without a DEI consultant on site? No, I'm serious. Could you get to Halloween? Or would one of your little children stare up at you with doe eyes and say, Mommy, I need a DEI consultant, I need it now. I need it now. Honestly, I need a school counselor or some heavy-set nurse who's gonna convince me to go trans. I need that. Honestly, I need Tim Walz talking to me about my sex life in high school. Really, I need a creep like Tim Walz. No, I do, I need it bad. Yeah, that guy's not creepy, okay. Let your instincts be your guide on that one, let me just say. As I always would tell my children, if someone seems creepy, he is. Am I indicting him for the crime? Nope, I don't have any evidence, I don't need any. That guy's a creep, sorry. Chances my dogs would bark at Tim Walz if he came over to my house, 100%. Oh yeah, they would. They'd back him into a corner. I'd be like, stop that, and they wouldn't stop, because they know. But the point is, that entire, not just political party, but class of people has created an entire economy and credentialing system to reward themselves with money and power that is not deserved. That's exactly the truth. I don't like to swear, but the phrase bullshit jobs is a real thing. Those are all bullshit jobs, every single one of them. And yet they're lecturing people who, I don't know, plumb your house, keep you from getting murdered, put out the fires when they start, rescue you after a car crash on the highway, build the building you live in, pave the road you drive on, grow the food you eat. Those are the deplorables? Really? Good luck when the power goes out, honey. You can call your average college administrator to save you. So I guess all I would say, and I will stop at this, do not, write this on a note, post it to your fridge. Do not allow the worst and most useless people this country has ever produced, who've added nothing of beauty or value, never fought a war to keep you free, never done anything for you. They just sat and watched as your communities died and laughed and got richer. Do not let those people, for 1 second, occupy the moral high ground. They're all Tim Walz. They are. They're guilty, and they know they're guilty. That's why they're hysterical. When you see Kamala Harris, before she fully gets control of herself, you can see that glint of fear in her eyes. She has no idea what she's doing. She has no idea how she got here. She's never done anything in her life, and somehow she's the Democratic nominee. She could be elected president. And for 1 second, because the camera does tell the truth until people pull themselves together, for 1 second, you can see Kamala Harris in total panic. I'm Montel Williams' side piece. What am I doing here? That's how they all feel. They know how inadequate they are. They know how guilty they are. They know how Jeffrey Epstein died, and they're terrified that you will find out. So do not let them give you a lecture about anything. They are not your moral superiors. They're your moral inferiors. They are lucky you let them live here. And never forget that. So with that, I want to invite on a friend of mine. Thank you so much. Sorry, I kind of lost control. I want wanted to give a speech about healing, but I was so mad about Reading that I just lost it. I lost it. So, Jack Posobiec is actually from this area. He's so from this area. I just met his entire family, numbered in the hundreds, all awesome people, and he and I have talked about this because I actually am interested in Pennsylvania specifically. One of the oldest states, it was our capital. Like, it's an amazing place with an amazing history. And we've talked a lot about what's happened to it, and we've also talked a lot about Kamala Harris's latest surrogate, Zelensky. And so I thought it would be fun and interesting to bring him out. Jack Posobiec, a man I respect and like personally. Here he is.
Can everyone join me in giving Tucker Carlson a warm Pennsylvania welcome tonight?
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. You and I have talked, in private a lot about what's happened to the state, but I just have to ask you, since I'm so spun up, but I'll shut up and let you describe your views, which are more interesting than mine. But Zelensky, last I checked, was like a foreign leader from a foreign country, and he flies over to the United States on U.S. military aircraft at your expense that could be going to the guy dying right outside this building of a fentanyl OD. And he shows up in Pennsylvania, the key swing state in the closest presidential election of my lifetime, to stump for Kamala Harris and Democrats in this state. Am I misreading what's happening here?
Tucker, the only thing that I would add is that none of this is happening by chance. We didn't lose our homes, we didn't lose our towns, we didn't lose our economy, we didn't lose our cities like the great city of Philadelphia, and it was a great city, and it will be a great city again. We didn't lose it by chance, it was taken from us.
It certainly was. In the name of compassion, it was. But I'm just sort of, you're a military officer, intel guy, you have a big foreign policy background, you've been around the world. Is it weird, I'm just stuck on this, and I'll stop after this, but is it weird to have a foreign leader whose salary we're paying, whose country we're supporting, we're paying the retirement benefits of Ukrainian civil servants when our people are really hurting? Is it weird to have that? Is he allowed to stump for Kamala Harris? What about all the freaking Republicans who voted to fund this ghoul? What are they saying about this?
So here's how it works, right? So why does Reading look the way that it does? Why does Montgomery County? And by the way, if anyone's here from Norristown, Pennsylvania, I'm from Norristown, Pennsylvania, born and raised 1400 block of Norristown, Pennsylvania, Powell Street. Every single school that I've gone to since before college has been shut down. The hospital that I was born in has been demolished. My high school is currently in the process of being demolished. And you want to know where all that money went? You want to know where all that economic opportunity went? Well, it's gone to places like Shanghai, and then now it's gone to places like Iraq, and then it went to places like Afghanistan, and now it's being sent to Ukraine to kill people, to kill Christians in a war that has nothing to do with us, that has nothing to do with the people in this room. And every single person in this room, by the way, is paying the cost. You're paying the cost of it in, number one, in terms of money, and then number two, if this thing continues and goes even further the way they want it to, you'll pay the cost in blood. And I'll tell you this, when you look at little Josh Shapiro, by the way, it's amazing how Josh Shapiro had to wear the big lifts to make sure that he was a little taller than Zelensky, because it's true, because they're actually the same height. If you put Zelensky on Josh Shapiro's shoulders, they'd still both be looking up at Barron.
That's quite an image, I gotta be honest.
The memesters will be hard at work. But what's really going on, Tucker, is go look at not just Zelensky in that video, go look at Josh Shapiro. I've never seen Josh Shapiro, and I've known the guy for 18 years. I've never seen him more excited or giddy or gleeful as he was in that picture, sending the money and the war and the bombs and the violence abroad. And when you look at a guy like that, when you look at a guy who presided over turning my great hometown of Norristown into a killing zone, who presides currently over Philadelphia, which is a killing zone, and is now going off and participating in the killing that's going on in Ukraine. You talked about religion, Tucker, and I just look at it and I say, this guy does not serve God, he serves death.
Well, I mean, kind of by definition, I mean, without even getting the whole Ukraine thing, I'll just bottom line it and tell you, if you don't already know, you've been lied to. There was never a chance that Ukraine was going to beat Russia, whatever you think of it. I don't even have very strong feelings about it because I'm not from there. I'm from the United States, but Russia's 100 million more people. I mean, it was always going to end, as it has, in the deaths of an entire generation of Ukrainians. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen. Zelensky has changed the law, so now foreign companies, Kamala Harris donors, can buy their farmland. There's going to be no Ukraine, thanks to these monsters. And it makes me sad as hell. But it's not so different from what they've done to where you grew up. So if you could just explain the town you grew up in, what it was like, and what it's like now.
So the town I grew up in, Norristown, and it's probably like a lot of the towns here. By the way, I think I'm related to like 50% of the people in the room tonight.
At least.
But my whole family is here. My mom, my dad, my wonderful wife, Tanya, my kids, they're all back here. Hi guys, my cousins, they're all right around here. The whole Pasobics are here. By the way, Kamala Harris was talking this morning about, she was like, excuse me, Scamala Harris was talking about because she is a complete scam, the biggest scam that's ever perpetuated on the American people. And she's now said that she's got the endorsement of the Polish Catholics and the Polish Americans of Pennsylvania. Well, I don't know if we have any Poles in this room, but I'm not going to be voting for Kamala Harris, and none of my family is either. Is anyone in this room going to vote for Kamala Harris?
She really said I'm no expert.
She said that this morning, that the Polish Americans...
Polish Catholics are the least likely ever to vote for me? Is that what she said?
No, she said all the Polish Americans, and all Poles we pretty much only come in one flavor, Tucker, so that it's synonymous with Catholic. She said they're all going to be voting for me, and that's 800,000. And this was up on her Twitter,
I don't think so.
and up on her campaign, and I'm like... And I said, no, I don't think she has a chance of winning Polish Americans, but she's going to speak for us. So the town I grew up in was incredible, and... You know, whatever people want to think about me or want to say about me, I would trade everything that I have, not my family, but all like the material things that I have, if I could just have my town back. If I could just have my town back. Because to me, to be successful meant moving to a nicer part of my town, or like a bigger house at the other end of the street. Like I didn't have any dreams of like being up on stage with Tucker Carlson or any of this stuff, you know. And it was the kind of town where, you know, my family comes from Poland, as I mentioned, and we've been in Norristown for 100+ years. And every single member of my family was baptized at the same church until my son, Jack, who's sitting out there. Jack, not too many video games. We had the same church. We pretty much lived in the same block. I grew up in the same house that my father grew up in when he was a little boy, because that's what you did. And the children that I played with were the kids of the children that my father played with and his father before. And your whole world was a couple of blocks. And and everybody knew everybody, and it was good. It wasn't the nicest place in the world. It wasn't the most fantastic. Nobody was ever writing, songs about it or anything, but it was a good place where honest, hardworking people could make a living, could go home and make enough for their families, and then go home and maybe catch an Eagles game after work.
I mean, I think you've described what most people want, actually. Most people don't dream of having helicopters. They dream of living where they grew up with the people they went to high school with, walking distance from their grandparents' graves. That's not too much to ask, is it?
My grandmom lived at the other end of the street, so we could go over to her house to go swimming. The school was within walking distance. It was all right there. And the library was in walking distance, and I used to go down to the library and read a lot. And my mom would let me go by myself when I got a little bit older, but then she stopped letting me go to the library by myself when the homeless people that kept being let in were stabbing each other in there. And this is Montgomery County Public Library, go look it up, that this became a place for transients and vagrants. And then all of a sudden, during the 1990s, Section 8 started coming in, and all the other federal programs started coming in. And then, oh yes, Norristown got turned into a sanctuary city. So after that, we got all the illegals that flooded over, destroyed the healthcare system because they go where? They go to the emergency room for their healthcare. So I actually wrote a letter to the editor in the paper saying, we shouldn't do this because it's end of the 90s, there's I don't even know how old I was. And I said, we shouldn't do this because this is going to overload and overwhelm our healthcare system. And as I just mentioned, the hospital that I was born in is now a vacant lot next to a Planned Parenthood clinic. And look, that's whatever, that's my story, but that's not a unique story, Tucker.
No, it's not.
And I'm sure most
now?
of the people in this room either lived through something like this or know people who lived something like this. And what I have come to learn, that it's by politicians like Josh Shapiro and politicians like Joe Biden from Scranton and all the others who have done this to us, Tucker. This was done by design. People were taken for granted, their lives were destroyed, their communities were destroyed, and I do not have any explanation for it other than they serve death and they hate the people they're supposed to represent.
What strikes me about what you're saying, and it is such a familiar story, particularly in this state, I have noticed, all over the state, east to west, is how fast it happened. I mean, you're not 70 years old, so you're saying you lived multiple generations of your family in the same town, all went to the same church, and then in like 10 years, it's all gone.
It was so fast, and as a kid, it was kind of shocking. And look, my parents, when they moved us out, they wanted to keep us safe. It starts with your bike getting stolen, and then your next bike gets stolen, and then your third bike gets stolen. And this was a town where it's idyllic. It's kind of the cliche, but you could leave your door unlocked, and your babysitters were like the girls who lived next door that was a little bit older. And then when you went out to play, mom never said, oh, I'm worried about Terraria, because you knew your neighbors. And so your neighbors would say, oh, okay, yeah, he's here, and make sure you go home because it's going to be nighttime, and then you go out. And that's how it was. And suddenly within that lifetime, and I know my two boys are like sitting right there, that Jack and AJ, I've never even taken them down the street where I grew up.
Why?
Because I'm worried they would be shot. Because that's how bad the gang violence has gotten there in the time since. The open murders that take place there all the time, the illegals that are selling drugs all over the place. We had like a couple of Jamaicans that were behind us, that were drug dealers, and they would keep Rottweilers out to keep people away, and they kept getting arrested. But then every time they got arrested, they would something strange would happen, Tucker, because they would come back after they got arrested. And so when you're little, you think, oh, well, the cops are the good guys and they can take away the bad guys. And so you wonder, wait a minute, why don't the police just come and get rid of all these bad guys? And wait a minute, I think there's some bad guys over there and some bad guys over here. And suddenly you realize that all of the standards of living and the quality of life and these basic suppositions that you have about the way the social contract is supposed to work actually don't seem to work sometimes. And it turns out the leaders aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, and suddenly the towns are being completely destroyed and you don't understand. And as a kid, you don't understand, and even now I'm still kind of asking questions, why did that happen? But I did realize one thing, Tucker. I did realize one thing, and throughout all of whatever I've done, and by the way, I'm Norristown. I got to give a shout out to Corporalese while I'm up here. Corporalese tomato pie. We'll get Tucker some Corporalese. All right, trust me on this, Tucker. Trust me. That's all right. It's Italian. You'll like it. That best tomato pie in the state. That Pride of Philly, by the way. That it will not stop until it is stopped. It will not stop until people get together and they vote and they take action and they do the ballots and the activity and the work, because every single time something like this is going on around the world, whether it be Russia and the Bolsheviks, whether it be China, whether it be Spain, whether it be France and the French Revolution, all of the insanity continues on until the people of that country, the people of a state, rise up and say, no, absolutely not. No more. You've gone too far. We will not cross this line anymore, and we are going to stop you. And we're going to find a leader, and even if you try to kill that leader, and even if you try, which, by the way, right in the state, Butler, PA, where they tried to take out Donald Trump on stage, funny how it is that Josh Shapiro doesn't seem interested in that investigation, doesn't seem interested in finding out who fired that bullet or why, and didn't provide the Pennsylvania State Police that he should have that day. We're writing an entire book about this. That Bulletproof. He's got it. That you realize that at some point, Tucker, is it indifference? Is it incompetence? Or is it complicity?
We hear a lot from viewers about big tech censorship, and those reports are more frequent than ever right now. Censorship meaning shutting down your access to information, not lies or misinformation, but true things. It's only the truth that they censor, facts that get in the way of the lies they're trying to tell you. The net effect of this, of course, is interfering in the 2024 presidential elections. That's why they're censoring more than ever now, because the stakes are even higher. You're probably not shocked by this, but the specific examples of it do throw you back a little bit. We've seen screenshots and videos showing how a Google search to learn more about the attempted assassination on Donald Trump instead push users to information on Harry Truman or Bob Marley or the Pope. Anything other than the relevant truth, which is that they just shot Trump in the face. They don't want you to know that because it might help Trump. We've seen examples where Facebook marked true photos of a bloodied and defiant Trump as misleading. Somehow those pictures were a lie and then limited their visibility. Its AI assistant explicitly denied the shooting ever took place. This is insanity, but it's at the core of big tech's editorial policy, which is denying the truth to you in order to control the outcome of this presidential election. That's not democracy. We've seen examples where a generic search for information about Donald Trump was automatically rephrased to show positive stories about Kamala Harris instead. Is there any clear example of election interference?
If you speak the truth.
So what do you do about it? Well, Parler has been down this road. Parler's pulled right off the internet for telling the truth. But it's back, and it's reaffirmed its lifelong, unwavering commitment to free speech. On Parler, the Bill of Rights lives. The First Amendment is real. You can say what you think because you're a human being and an American citizen and not a slave. On Parler, users can freely express themselves, tell the truth, express their conscience, and connect with others who are doing the same. And they will not be interfered with. They will not be censored. Designed to support a wide range of viewpoints, everyone is welcome on Parler. Parler is committed to ensuring that everybody is heard. And so it's become a place where independent journalism is protected and respected. It's protected because it's respected. So as this censorship by big tech intensifies, standing up for your God-given right as an American to say what you think is essential. We're on Parler. That's why we're on Parler. Our handle is @TuckerCarlson, and we encourage you to join us there. You have the right to say what you believe. So does every American, and you can do it on Parler. Get the Parler app today.
Well, I mean, we don't need to guess, right? I mean, we always would say in the news business, you can't know people's motive. I always would say that. And you try to be humble about what you know and what you don't know. But after a while, you realize you do, because the goal is the result, actually. The goal is the result.
The point of the system is what it does.
The point of the system is what it does. And that is true over time. So if they come in and make changes and your neighborhood goes from a cohesive, beautiful, safe place to a slum in 10 years, they wanted to do that. And if they do that to places all over your state, they did that on purpose. Like, I don't think we need to guess, do we? And if you don't investigate attempted murder of a presidential candidate, you're in favor of the murder of a presidential candidate.
Well, I'll tell you something else, and here's the good news. Here's the good news on that front. So they tried to take out Trump once, and we said we're going to write an entire book about it in like a month, which we did. We read a snap book about it called Bulletproof. And then they tried to take him out again, a second time, even before we finished that. So we put that part in the second book as well. And that guy, funny enough, Tucker, wouldn't you believe, had just come from overseas. Do you know where the second shooter just came from, Tucker?
Ukraine.
He came from Ukraine, where he was a foreign fighter over there who had received training and then used that training to come here to this country to try to kill the one person who's trying to stop all of the things that we just talked about from happening. And he said, in order to do so, it is morally correct. He said it's morally correct. And then the DOJ this morning puts out a letter from this psychopath from Ukraine that says, even if I can't solve the job, even if I can't get the job done myself, there's a bounty on Trump's head for $150,000. And the DOJ, of course, put this out on purpose. They could have put that under seal. They could have redacted it. How many things has the government redacted, Tucker? They could have redacted that. They didn't.
Well, the Nashville shooting we just got 2 years later.
The Nashville shooting, which they fought tooth and nail to give us the manifesto of, which was like, oh, I hate Christians and I hate white people, so I'm going to kill Christian white people. It's like, oh, wow, what a surprise. I was so shocked. So we find out that, and then on this one, look, Tucker, I don't trust Josh Shapiro. I definitely don't trust Merrick Garland. So what we've decided to do with this, it started as a book. We're launching our own investigation into what went on, and we've hired a private investigative firm, and some of whom are actually in the crowd today, just FYI. And we are going to be expanding that investigation from Bethel Park to Butler, down to West Palm Beach, all the way out to Hawaii. Tucker, we're going to go to Ukraine if we have to. We are going to get to the bottom of what happened. We're calling it the Bulletproof Project, because I just don't trust any of these people. I don't trust any of these people.
Be careful in Ukraine.
I may not go personally again over there, but the one thing that we have learned, Tucker, is this bounty, the $150,000, and I promised people that I would drop some news, so I had the information about the bounty on Friday. We found that out today. I didn't know the Department of Justice would be publicizing the bounty like it's a John Wick movie, right? And they put it out there. Matt Gaetz comes on my show a couple of days ago, and he says there's 5 assassination teams targeting Trump. 5 assassination teams, 3 of which have foreign ties. I think we know one of them already, and then 2 of which are domestic. What people need to understand is the bounty and the 5 assassination teams are tied. It's like they're actually competing for this bounty. Donald Trump's very life is on the line, and every time he goes up to speak now, he has to stand behind what I call leftist glass because they keep trying to kill him.
He's a brave man, I must say, whatever you think of Trump. He doesn't need this. Jack, I really appreciate it. I hope you'll stay right there. I want to bring out our next guest, who... And let me just say, we had a little trouble finding an arena that would take him because he's so controversial. And I'm grateful to where we are right now and to the people of Pennsylvania. But let me just say, can I say one thing about Alex Jones? So Alex Jones is one of those people you're supposed to be very shocked by. Here's the one fact about Alex Jones that I can't get over. Alex Jones predicted 9/11. And he did, think about this for a sec. And he did so on tape. Now, I worked in television my whole life. When you're on TV, there's a timestamp. We don't need to guess. I'm on TV for decades saying super dumb things which live forever on YouTube. Alex Jones, in the summer of 2001, said, you need to call the White House right now because planes are going to hit the World Trade Center and they're going to blame it on Osama bin Laden. He said that. I've seen the tape. You can look it up. So, no, check us out. So I lived in D.C. at the time. Trust me, I had a daily news show on another channel. Not one person was saying anything like that. So Alex Jones says that. It's on tape. We can prove he said that. It happens. Why didn't the U.S. government call Alex Jones and say, how could you have known? Clearly you're a prophet of some kind. We need you in this global war on terror because clearly you can see things that nobody else can see. That's incredible. Have you even met anybody who's predicted something like that? No, you haven't. Like, I've never met anyone. I met everybody. I've never met anybody who did anything like that. But instead of celebrating Alex Jones for making the most unbelievable call in the history of the news business, they set about, the FBI sets about trying to destroy him. And so begins this incredible saga of lies about Alex Jones, which you probably all heard about. I'm not going to relitigate it, but that was the FBI that did that. And they tried to bankrupt Alex Jones. They tried to put Alex Jones in prison. Why would you put the guy who called that in prison? This guy is clearly on the side of the United States. He's trying to help our country. So that fact, if there's only one thing you know about Alex, everything I said is 100% true, by the way. I'm not guessing about this. This is fact. If there's one thing to know about Alex Jones, it's that. And on the basis of that, I will always believe and I will always say in public that Alex Jones is the most extraordinary person I've ever met. And so I am proud to have him, not having him here because it's like naughty, ooh, Alex Jones. It's like, no. I'm proud to know Alex Jones. I'm proud to know the person who tried to warn the country about the worst terror attack in our history and was persecuted for it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones. It's so funny, going back to the point.
That intro was too good.
Well, it's true. It's true.
Tucker's the best, not me. Tucker.
Well, it's true, and it makes me mad, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that the only thing they're good at is seizing the moral high ground, and they try to make you ashamed of the best things about your life, like being married or having normal kids or not castrating your children or whatever, or knowing Alex Jones. They're like, oh, how can you know Alex Jones? And I'm sick of it. And I'm just going to say that Alex Jones is my friend. There's nothing to be ashamed of there. I'm not ashamed, and you shouldn't be either. They should be ashamed. He called 9/11, and they tried to put him in jail for it. So anyway, thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. I got to say, I love you. This is a beautiful state full of beautiful people. And when we get President Trump elected, all of us together are going to lift the curse off of this country, and we're going to send the globalists to prison. And it is amazing. It is amazing to meet all these great people, and whether they're black, white, old, young, to see the electricity in people's eyes that are populist and that are Americans and that love God and that love children and love freedom and hate tyranny. I can feel the strength in this auditorium at capacity in Reading, Pennsylvania. And like I told the globalists a long time ago, I don't know how all this is going to end, but if they want to fight, they better believe they've got one.
It just makes me laugh. Alex Jones, so controversial. Love God, love America, love freedom. Oh, you're so radical.
And Tucker, Alex, the one thing I always give Alex props for that no one ever gives him credit for, Alex Jones has stood against war for 30 years every single day of his career.
But I'm for the war peacefully with information against the globalists. The real war's here with the globalists and Soros and Obama and the New World Order and BlackRock. They've declared war on us, and we accept the challenge. We're taking the country back.
Amen.
1776. You tell them.
No, you say it.
The answer to 1984 is 1776. 1776. Right, it began right here. 1776. 1776.
Alex, the real, we're only about an hour away from where they did the real 1776.
That's why, exactly.
Bless you for saying that. So what do you think, what is going to happen in the next 40 days, do you think?
Well, we all know that history repeats and rhymes, and so just like the kickoff of this country on July 4th, 1776, started an hour away from here, and that's why coming right back, history repeats, the key battleground state again, the second battle to save the Republic, the first battle was launched to form the Republic, is happening right here in Pennsylvania, and I interviewed you today, an amazing interview, quick interview, you were gracious to give it, in between your busy schedule, and you said, look, I feel confidence in my gut, intellectually, every level. Even if they steal this, it doesn't matter, because the process of awakening is here, and nothing is going to turn that around. So we have the initiative. We've turned the tide, and whether it takes 6 months or 20 years, we're going to evict the globalists out of this country, and we're going to restore the Republic. Victory is ours.
I feel that way. So do you feel that the hope that in the end there's victory? Do you really feel that?
barring the globalists starting a nuclear war. But then they'll still get beat in that process. Those of us survive will dig them out of their holes. Their bunkers will be their tombs. But other than them trying to start World War III, which we're very close to, other than end of the world stuff, our trajectory's victory. All over the world, populists are winning. All over the world, the incumbents are getting thrown out. All over the world, I mean, you go to a comment on Instagram where they even try to censor, and Bill Gates does an interview, there'll be 20 million views, and I'll read for an hour and can't find one person that isn't exposing him. Klaus Schwab had to step down as the head of the WEF. The globalists are hated. They just had their big Davos meeting earlier this year about getting trust back, and I watched the Clinton Foundation with Chelsea up there at her gala going, everyone hates us now more than ever. What do we do? We've got to censor them more, and Hillary crawls out from under a rock. We'll start arresting Americans for their speech. That'll teach them. I'll get you and your little dog too. We have forced them out in the open. They're weak. The mask is off, and now the sleeping giant is awakened.
I mean, that's true, isn't it? That no one you ever meet in real life outside the Atlantic magazine and the Aspen Institute and that Freaky Walls character, no actual person is for any of this.
And nobody's for tampons in boys' bathrooms. But they are, because we talked about this interview today, and of course you're a historian and a journalist, so you know about it, but most people don't know about it. Of course this is all deliberate. The CIA in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s funded Ms. Magazine, Gloria Steinem, Planned Parenthood. The whole thing is it's run by the globalists against our country since the 47 National Security Act. And they said in there, we're going to have ugly architecture, ugly art, ugly music. We're going to degrade the family. We're going to undermine the symbol of men being strong in the home. This is all declassified. And they sold that image to demoralize us and break our will. And we were asleep back then and didn't know the government had been hijacked. They thought Americans were intimidated and bullied and weak. No, we were asleep. Now they try to debilitate us. Now they try to demoralize us. Now they try to break our will. And we're conscious of it. And we're like, that's not breaking our will. That's waking us up.
I gotta say, the main change that I've noticed, and maybe it's just me, but I'm from a very, very secular background, like most secular background. I'm literally from Southern California. Woo! One person. What are you doing in Redding? It's good to have you.
California used to be a great red state.
It was the best. But the point is, I didn't grow up around religious people at all. I didn't go to the church my grandmother went to at all. I've worked in the media my whole life in a big city up until 5 years ago. And in the last year, I know more people in my secular world who were mentioning God in conversation. And I don't know if you're having this experience. It's very striking to me. Do you notice this?
When we followed God, we had nothing but prosperity and success. When we got rid of God, everything fell apart. I mean, people think Texas is a boom place. It's got the crime, the filth, the Satanism, the degeneracy, the pedophiles. Pennsylvania, gorgeous state, fell apart in 10 years. California, one of the most beautiful places in the world, total deep red. Ronald Reagan, total crap hole now. It's spiritual blight. And people are recognizing that because now they understand we are getting sucked down a vortex into literal hell, and we got to reach back up to God, and God will take us out of this.
Is it? You've been saying that for decades. I've always wondered, I've asked you this like 20 times in private over dinner. I'm proud to say we have dinner. But I ask you this, and you never give me a straight answer, but since there are thousands of people watching, maybe you will now. What's it like to be vindicated on everything?
Well, I mean, it's scary because, I realize that with a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility. And a lot of times with the media, I'll joke around satire-wise, and I'll see it at the cover of the New York Times. And clearly, people aren't seeing the video. I'm saying it's a joke. Like, Jones wants to kill his neighbors. No, I said, if there's a nuclear war and we all collapse, and my kids are starving, I run out of storable food, I will eat the liberal neighbors, not my conservative ones. It's more of a joke. But so when people take what I say so serious, I joke a lot less. I used to joke a lot, but now the show is not. I used to be like half comedy because I like to have fun. So I take it really serious now because I realize they twist everything. So it's a lot of responsibility. But I also wish I was making predictions with the proviso that if you call the White House and tell them don't fly planes to the World Trade Center and then bring in the police state and then invade the Muslim countries to bring them in here, not even go after radical Islam. If you do I was thinking if you call the White House and tell them don't do it, they may not do it. But of course, I have a big enough audience, people didn't believe me, so we couldn't stop them. So I make these predictions about probable futures so I can see all the evidence pointing towards it so that we can stop it. But now the good news with Elon and you and so many others that are fully awake and reaching a lot more people than I ever did, folks are really waking up and their knowledge curve is going parabolic right now. So we're in the driver's seat, but that makes the globalists very dangerous and the empire is going to strike back.
How?
Well, they always love to pre-program it. So Klaus Schwab is, a cyber attack will make COVID look like a minor inconvenience. Kind of in a Russian accent instead of a German one. Of course, you will eat the bugs and you will love it. But these are real quotes. We don't need too many people in the future to polish the robots. These are real quotes. Yuval Noah Harari. Oh, the future's not human. You're just obsolete. We're going to be the gods. I don't believe in God now, he said, but I'll be the God in the clouds. Ray Kurzweil at Google, he says, I don't believe in God yet. I'm going to become a God. But to do that, all you folks who just want to be good, decent people and live a good life and experience God's great creation and love God, you need to be gotten out of the way for the rise of their new uber-mentioned Superman. So we're right back to all of that, and that's why you have the official plan of depopulation by the UN down to 500 million. That's an 80+% reduction. That's official. That was on the Georgia Guidestones in Georgia until somebody blew it up, but nobody got hurt, thank God. So the agenda is your garbage. You're just a consumer. You're like weevils in the pantry eating their flour or something, and you just have to be gotten rid of because you don't fit into their beautiful, magic, wonderful plan. I was watching the Davos group. They have meetings all the time at their World Government Summit about a year ago when Elon came on via video link and he said, listen, people don't want your world government. It centralizes things. It's tyranny. People are rejecting you. We need diversity of countries and sovereignty and peoples, like firewalls in a building or bulkheads in a ship. But in some of the other meetings, they had these globals that are going, we're just doing something so beautiful, what we're bringing them. I don't know why they're opposing us and don't trust us. Well, because you just want to depopulate us because you're selfish, demonic pigs who love the raw power of destroying people, because America, for all its faults, was the best house in a bad neighborhood. And the whole world for 100 and 200 plus years, but really the last 100, aspired to come here, aspired to have our freedom. And the globalists can't have this country exist and have their horrible global technocracy, slave plantation, AI system in charge if there's a place that's still free and open compared to everywhere else. So we've got to be brought down and used to bring tyranny to the world while we're being destroyed and while we're paying for it. So the whole world turns against us and we collapse. And so the idea of America is discredited so that other people around the world don't ever try to go the path of our republic, which is diametrically opposed to their globalist, satanic death cult. And that's why they're attacking America. It's the idea and the spirit that is incompatible with their global slave state.
The most interesting and newsworthy television show of the year is coming here to TCN. We are not bragging, that's actually true.
The president's been shot.
So our longtime producer Justin Wells and a team have been embedded, with no publicity at all, with Donald Trump on the campaign trail for months. They're the only crew capturing what is going on the campaign in real time, intimately. They're with Trump as he campaigns for the presidency across the country, and they've shot some amazing footage. It shows you what it's really like in there. So if you're a member, you will soon be able to get this docu-series covering the historic campaign, the fall of Joe Biden, never-before-seen footage from the assassination attempt at the Butler Township, Pennsylvania Trump rally, and a lot more. It's going to pull back the curtain completely. They are embedded inside the campaign. I can't wait to see it personally. But to get it first, go to tuckercarlson.com, become a member. The greatest television event of the year, and we're proud to offer it.
I would make fun of you, except every word is true. The thing that I can't get past is to put the destruction of other human beings as a goal
is that's not a human desire. Like, animals don't commit genocide, actually. That's not natural. That's not natural at all. Like, there may be people in your way and you're a bad person and you kill them, but the idea of desiring to kill huge numbers of people, like, that can only be supernatural, it feels like.
And that's what the Bible tells us, is there's an outside force putting powerful people in positions to carry this out, to keep humanity from reaching its potential destiny. And God gave us free will, and so there's the tester there. And so that is the mission and the existence of Satan, whether you believe that's a real thing, as I know it is, or an archetype, regardless, it's there. And if you read the robber barons 120 years ago and the social Darwinism that came out of it, they wrote books and said, when we do evil, bad things and kill people en masse, we are the apex predator. We're doing them a favor to make them stronger. So it's really just eugenics. But at the end of the day, you study the globalists, they're not just trying to kill the weak and the infirm and the low IQ, which is you're not supposed to do as a human made in the image of God. You're supposed to build up the weak. Christ said, suffer the little children. What you do to the least of me, you've done to me. Better for you to have a millstone tied around your neck, be thrown in the ocean. But the globalists put fluoride in the water for everybody. They hate the smartest and the best and the freest because it competes with them, and so they're trying to stop their competition, those people that love God and have free will, because we're much stronger and more powerful than them, but we don't seek power. And every moment they're thinking, if we wake up and take back control of our destiny, it's over for them. So that's why they hit us with the 5G and the GMO and all the garbage and the glyphosates in their own documents, is to stun us and poison us so that they can dominate us, not because they're strong, but because they're weak.
That's totally right. That's why they've set up the fake economy in the United States. This town was built on manufacturing, men making things with their hands. And that's been replaced by lending money and interest and selling the same piece of ground over and over and over. Real estate. And they hate strength. They hate strong men above all, obviously. I was talking to someone the other day who's not conservative, who said to me off camera, you know, the chemicals in our water, for example, are changing the sex of frogs. And I didn't want to be mean. But I did say, are you telling me they're turning the frogs gay? And this person didn't get the reference at all and goes, yeah, that's basically right. Everything you've said about the chemical poisoning of the human body is now just kind of accepted. Like, is it weird to see science catch up to you?
Well, I mean, look, what happened, and I knew what they were doing. This is like 15 years ago. I did like an hour-long analysis from South African University and a university in Japan, a university of, I think, Rice in Houston, and the University of Berkeley in California, that just a little bit of atrazine would bend the gender of almost all the frogs, sterilize a lot of them, and turn a large portion of them where they would try to have sex with males. It confused them so much in their development as embryos floating around in the creek or pond. And so I did all that science, and then I said, listen, this isn't about hating gay people or something. This is about chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. And I went on to say, and then their populations collapse and they die, and the frogs are a microcosm of us. Well, then within 2 weeks, every late night comedy show, every one of them came out and did a monologue and attacked me, and then it turned out later that they were being directed by major foundations and the CIA. They even later bragged, oh yeah, Chuck E. Schumer, we work with a body with him in a foundation. They actually came to them with a script that said attack Alex Jones, because they went, ignore the hour of serious stuff he talked about, make it a joke. So their joke about frogs made it blow up even bigger in their face. But you have to understand, they know people don't believe the news anymore, at least for 20 years. So it's the nightly comedy shows that are totally written by the globalists, and they give the comedy writers what they want them to do. And so whenever you see them, like, oh, look, the shots are good, we're all getting them, take 10, it all works wonderful, arrest Donald Trump. That's literally the CIA, the Carnegie Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation assaulting you when you're at home drinking a beer trying to watch some comedy. And so that's, I mean, people think I predicted. God, he was right. The frogs are all turning gay, and then they're dying. No, it's been known forever, and that's Bertrand Russell. He wrote back in the 60s, he said we ought to have a world government that just drops hydrogen bombs on most of the populations because the too big a population will have wars. We have to have a controlled nuclear war, and that'll fix it, and create all this. And he also went on to write a bunch of books. You can go pull his quotes up. And so, I mean, listen, they used to have all these top globalists. We're very honest about it, in the 70s. They used to have, like Paul Ehrlich. You can pull this up on Twitter or anywhere, X. Paul Ehrlich goes on a TV show in '79, one of the big Hollywood shows. He goes, listen, we're working with the foundations, and we're going to have every father figure be lazy and stupid and dumb, and that'll break up the family, and then the kids that do live, we'll control them by the state, but everybody else will abort the kids because there's too many people, and we'll all be dead by 1987 at current rates. It's Malthusian. None of it was true. Like Al Gore saying by 2017, all the ice caps would melt. They're bigger than ever. It's all lies. They know it is. But back then, they were very honest about he was all over, 60 Minutes, you name it. Oh, yeah, we're going to destroy the family because the family creates people, and too many people's bad. They're public, so almost everything I say is from these dirtbag scumbags. I mean, you go read the World Economic Forum. They say no humans by 2045, only cyborgs. The future's not human. Listen, I remember reading in scientific publications when I was first getting on air 30 years ago, because there's almost no shows like mine then, so I was on a bunch of radio stations, got on a local station, figured out how to syndicate, called a syndicator, said, hey, can I get on? They put me on a bunch of stations. And boom, and then people are sending me stuff. So I had like MIT Quarterly coming to me saying, we've made the first humanized mice that are part mice, part human. We've made the first goats that are part spider that create body armor, but we don't show the public these facilities, so it would freak them out too much. That's 30 years ago. Now you hear about the humanized mice that are part human, or salmon that are part grasshopper that grow twice as fast and kill all the real normal salmon. And just, folks, Tucker talks about aliens and absolutely there's stuff going on. The globalists are making aliens by mixing humans and other animals and insects and plants, and then they put them, they gestate them and use cow uteruses to grow them. This is going on everywhere. So there's like a breakaway whole civilization that's separate from us, the globalists have, with life extension technologies and cures to cancer and Parkinson's. But instead of giving us all the cures, they're keeping that for themselves, and they're just getting ready to wipe all us out so we don't even have access to that, whether you think of it as moral or not. But they even had, people didn't believe me when I talked about it when I was reading the documents because we weren't on TV then. I'm reading this on air, and people are thinking that they weren't all getting MIT Quarterly. Then MIT, about 7 years ago, look this up, humanoid hybrid chimeras are gestating at facilities across the United States. And it goes on to say, part pig, part human, part cow, part human, so that they won't be rejected by the cows that are growing them. They then harvest the organs, they harvest the stem cells, and they've got facilities now with thousands of cows per facility with humanoids growing in them. And this is in the literature, and they don't like me because I go, here's the literature, but they won't let you on the basis. And let me tell you, with the spider goats 25 years ago, I call up one of the places in New York where they've got goats that are part spider, okay? And their milk makes body armor. And I get the head guy, a private contractor in the Pentagon. He's happy. Like, he comes on. 2 days later, he calls back. He goes, the Pentagon's really mad. They didn't even tell me it was classified. They're going to kill me if you don't take down that interview, okay? So you're hearing all this. Look up spider goats, 30-year-old stuff, okay? All of this, so as good as I tell you stuff is, it's also bad because there's a breakaway civilization that's really in like the year 2045, according to their estimates. They've already got way more advanced AI, everything else, but they can't get full control of the human population yet because in an hour, if we wanted to tear up all the equipment and the AI systems and shut it down, we could. It's not that it's bad in of itself, it's how it's being deployed against us. That's why they've got to get rid of the farms and the ranches and the gardens and people knowing how to build things and do things. They've got to make us obsolete first, and then they're going to release the real bioweapons that kill the majority of people. That's why COVID was just a drill, and they admit it was, to get us locked down. So when they release the real bioweapon, you just stay at home and die like you're supposed to. But we're not going to do it. And if they release the big bioweapon, we know who to go after, Bill Gates. We'll get you in your bunker. And Zuckerberg will bring you to justice legally and lawfully through the court system.
Well,
As
you
if there'll be one
completely
during
freaked me out. I gotta say.
Well, hey, people always talk about the crazy stuff I said before that they meant. Everything I just told you is not even hidden. You're gonna be like, what? Human clones for 30 years spliced with animals? And I mean, and they're splicing humans with fish, with lizards, everything else. It's all public.
Well, so that's why it freaks me out, because I know you're telling the truth.
Wait, I'm still stuck on the spider. We've been drinking spider milk.
No, they've got goats that are only like.
Al Gore used to talk about that. He would say we have the orb spiders.
Yeah, look up spider goats. They've got goats declassified for 30 years in Tennessee, New York, all over, for classified body armor.
No, it's real. It's real.
That the milk creates the spider web filaments. And it's like literally like Spider-Man, and then you can have like a quarter-inch body armor of it, and high-caliber rounds just bounce off.
So you gotta wonder why people are doing this, but the truth is American taxpayers are paying for it, just like they paid for the development of the COVID virus, actually, in the Wuhan lab, and AI, and all of this stuff is being paid for by us. And there doesn't seem to be any effort at all. We're sort of sitting there watching the truck approach us at a high speed, about to get flattened. Why aren't our lawmakers saying, I'm sorry, we're defunding NIH, we're not doing this, or we're defunding DARPA, or whatever? Why doesn't anyone try to stop it?
Well, you know this better than you. You grew up in D.C., been around it. They get some little corrupt local politician, they promote him to mayor, they promote him to state rep, they promote him to Congress, they promote him to the Senate, they promote him to the presidency, and all they want is a few gold bars and hookers and a private jet. They just read what they're told to off a teleprompter. They're total puppets. There's no real statesmen. So the statesmen like Massey and Paul and others, they try to shut down, they try to shoot, they try to kill. And you get a good old American like Trump who loves the human system, loves his kids, loves his family, loves his grandkids, loves his golf courses, and he's like, we're going to get rid of this? I don't want to kill all the people. I like them. And so it's going to be the pro-human future, Team Humanity that I talked about with Elon Musk. He agreed. I said, should we call it Team Humanity? And he said, yes, on air. It's Team Humanity versus Team Dehumanization towards Team Death. It's Team Humanity versus Team Annihilation, Team Mad Scientists. And at the top of the food chain of the New World Order are these old, degenerate, inbred, crazy families with King Charles right at the head of it, total eugenicist, just like his dad, wanted to come back as a virus to kill 80% of the world population. Prince Philip, you've got those horrible, disgusting people and all the big banks below them, and then the mad scientists that are there offering life extension and all this to these elites are the real people controlling it. They're the technocrats that are bringing this system in, and we're like an old school or an old church. They just like demolish it, wipe it out. These people, they want too much. They want their freedoms. Just kill them because they believe they have to have a world government to stop nuclear war, but then they proliferate the nuclear weapons themselves. Oh, they've got to have a world government to stop a bio attack, then they release the bio attack. And so their excuse is, well, this technology is too dangerous. We've got to have a smaller, more manageable world population so we don't all kill each other. But then they're the ones that actually like to kill people. They're the ones that are actually the bad people. They're the ones that have to be removed from power and have the keys of control of society taken away from them. But first, it's kind of like Thanksgiving, where the parents are over at the big table and the kids are over here picking their nose at the little table. They see us as like little kids. We got to go over to the adult table and read what they're writing and saying because they're so arrogant. I've read hundreds of books and thousands of white papers where they openly say, humans are a failed species. We're going to get rid of them. The future's not human. You all know Harari and others. And they're literally talking about exterminating us. And if we don't stand up to them, then in a way we actually deserve it. But our children don't deserve it. So you need to research how evil your enemy is. Because to defeat your enemy, you got to know who your enemy is. And your enemy is the globalist, transhumanist, New World Order.
So I wonder, I agree with that. So what you're saying, you've just risen right above American politics, even global politics, and you're addressing the deep forces that control things. I wonder, Jack, since you do cover American politics, are there any politicians who are seeing what's going on right now in terms that big?
There is one guy, but I wouldn't call him a politician. His name's Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
So I will say though, no, I don't know that there's anyone who looks at it that level, because there's most politicians, they have their timelines of, when do I get reelected? I got to raise more money. I'm going to go get reelected again. Constantly come to this fund. Hey, I'm sure you get invited all the time. Hey, Tucker, come to my fundraiser. Hey, come in, help me raise some money. I got to raise money. I'm running. And they're not thinking about what's happening. And then I see Donald Trump get up there with his children, with his grandchildren that he brings up to his rallies. After he's taken shots at his rallies, still brings his grandchildren up there and say, you want me? I'm right here. Come take it. Come after me. I'm not moving. And that's why, like for me, and folks, it's got to be us. It's got to be the people in this room 10xing your vote, 10xing your ballots, getting active, and look at me, look what I did. I'm just a kid from Norristown, but I said, fine, if I'm going to go back home, I'm going to bring Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones with me.
I think, well, thank you, by the way.
Well, thank you.
I like the way that Alex described Trump, because I think it's true. The key to Trump is not just the ideas, he's not an ideologue, really. Trump likes people on an animal level. He just likes people. You see it when he's at McDonald's. You see it at every rally. He just has a gut level affection for people that is so different from when I watch Nancy Pelosi or that weird, creepy little guy who's the Republican speaker right now. Like, they seem like, when they talk, people are the problem. But Trump feels like, well, I just like people. I kind of like, put my arm around them. I like the way they smell. I like people.
Trump comes from a hospitality family.
Yes.
And so his dad, from the time he was 6 years old, would leave him in the summer all day at a building site. And I'm going to tell a story. I've harped on this a lot because it's a microcosm. It's like a skeleton key or a Rosetta Stone. If you understand this, like looking through a keyhole, you see the larger universe. On Mother's Day this year, the evil New York Senator, Chucky Schumer, put out a post on X, a post on Twitter. And you can pull it up, and he said, I'm basically quoting it exactly because I've quoted it so much. He says, I want to wish everybody a great Mother's Day. My daughter and her wife had me over to their house to grill. He called it barbecue. But he said, this is wonderful. For multiple generations, we've always been in high-rises and have never had a backyard or cooked meat. And I was thinking, oh, that's human. That's nice. Maybe he'll become a human. And then I looked at the grill, and it was fresh patties with a piece of cheese on it, and he's trying to serve a raw hamburger. Okay, so the point is, so many of these ultra-rich people and elitists and other poor kids that grow up in the city, who are impoverished as well, they literally grow up in a tiny little room with a television and crime all around them and all this crap going on and sirens, and they've never been out in the woods. They've never been fishing. They've never been out to the desert. They've never traveled the world. They've never ever had a real job. They've never anything. And if you look at the politicians, and Democrats particularly, they are not connected to reality. So to them, everything human is scary. They want sanitized, shrunken. I mean, if you look at Democrat Party politicians, they look like a demonic spider sucked their life force out. So these are...
Wait, I'm sorry, I want you to stop. When you look at a Democratic politician, they look like a demonic spider sucked their life force out. I just want to acknowledge that as a great description.
And you've been around him in person, so have I. I mean, the vibes, 20 feet from Hillary, you repel. It's up there like jack-o'-lantern. I can't make face. I mean, horrifying, and they're slithering around, and I mean, it's like, and then God bless her soul, Sheila Jackson Lee or whatever just died. Before she did, she gets up and she goes, I saw that eclipse. It almost burned up the moon. We know the sun's the same size of the moon, and the moon is hollow and glows. A lot of them aren't even evil, but they're dumber than hell. And the globalists are counting on that. But look, knowledge is infectious. How the world works is infectious. They don't want people to get excited about knowledge. And once you do, it's addicting. And people ask me all the time, what do we tell young people to do? The opposite of what Hollywood tells you. Anything Democrats tell you, anything politicians say that are leftist, anything Hollywood says, anything BlackRock funds, it's simple. It's like somebody handing you cyanide or fentanyl. Don't take it. Don't get near it, and just love your family. Be strong. Don't feel bad because you don't have a bunch of money. Don't feel bad because your truck isn't new. Don't feel bad. No, you've got a soul, and you love God, you love your country, and you love your family, and you are a trillion times richer than people like Zuckerberg and the rest of them. So be confident, and know you were born to be in this time, and you've been under covert globalist attack, but you're not a victim. You're not a loser. You are the sleeping giant that now has awoken, and our enemies are afraid, and they should be afraid.
So Jack, well, you know what's interesting, real quick, is that people say, Alex, that's crazy. That could never be real. We could never live in a country like that. That would never happen. And then all of a sudden, Oprah Winfrey is doing these infomercials with Kamala Harris. Hold on. Right after the FBI seized all of the P. Diddy tapes that Oprah is on from the parties that he was holding. And so I used to think that, we got to protect Trump. We got to keep him safe. Now I realize there's somebody else we got to keep safe. We've got to keep Diddy safe, because that's the next guy.
Oh, they're going to Epstein him.
They're going to go for. This guy could tell if you want to know how your government actually works, that's the guy we got to talk to. Tucker, I don't know. Maybe you have an in. Could you get Diddy on the tour, maybe? No, I'm serious. This is how they run the government, though.
He's
this
definitely
is how
another Epstein operation.
There's an Epstein operation, and there's a Diddy. He's the Black Epstein, okay? He's just the Black Epstein. He just is.
I mean, I gotta be honest. The same groups behind Epstein are behind Diddy, and
the
they
question
just rolled
is,
him
because
up.
people would say, how is it that so many of our world leaders have gone to an island such as that, right? And they say, how could this have happened? How could it be such an open secret? And then when it happens, people come out, and Bill Gates again, by the way, and suddenly people say, oh, we all knew there was stuff about Jeff. What do you mean you all knew about this? What do you mean you knew about this kind of stuff? And you realize we're looking at it backwards. In order to become a world leader, you have to go to the island. In order to become a celebrity, you have to go to the Diddy party. This is the way their system works. It's a rite of initiation.
Absolutely, and that's what I've explained. Just like different mafias, you have to kill somebody so they have dirt on you. They know they're going to be videotaped doing illegal things so they can get in the gang. It is the initiation ceremony.
There once was a guy who actually infiltrated a certain initiation place called the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, well, the point is, old-fashioned time with the Republicans, that was the way to compromise them. Like, well, hey, you want to join this particular Republican club, you got to do this. And Ronald Reagan and Nixon refused. That's well known. But that's because that's how you get Republicans. Hey, we'll tell your constituents you're sucking, you know what. But for the Democrats and some Republicans like Hastert, it's like, hey, did you know that girl at that party? She was 16. Next, it's go in there with that 12-year-old girl, or you're not in the club. And the next, it's like, that 8-year-old, go in there and strangle her, we're going to kill you. And let me tell you, they're not just raping kids. At Epstein Island and stuff, and I talked about it 15 years ago, first talk about it, they're killing kids, ladies and gentlemen. So they're only talking about 15-year-old girls that they kill them.
So can I just ask you to assess my last question to you, Alex Jones, is I'm not really sure how Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee, went in like one day from being someone everybody made fun of to being the most heroic figure in human history. I'm still kind of bewildered by it, but I would be interested in your take on Kamala Harris. Who is Kamala Harris and how'd she get here?
That's a great question. Well, Kamala Harris got the same amount of votes in the primaries as Ronald McDonald, which is 0. Kamala Harris is a soulless, truly empty flesh bag who was admittedly a sex operative, just like Oprah Winfrey admitted that she was an underage sex slave. I mean, look it up, it's all true.
You can find Oprah giving the girls to Weinstein.
Yeah,
you can see the pictures.
And Oprah's admitted, and she's a victim of it. A lot of the victims of it become the victimizers. She said that she was an underage prostitute. I think it was in Chicago. But to answer the question, it's clear that Kamala Harris was a political sex operative. Willie Brown's talked about it, all of it. And then she was so soulless and would put innocent people in prison, know they were innocent on death row, do home invasions, looking for legal guns, saying she'd do it. Then when she was the attorney general, she would put pro-lifers that exposed the illegal killing of babies right at 9 months when they were already born and the selling of their organs, including still beating baby hearts. She would put the journalist in jail for many years. That's her famous cases. So the system has seen her, has passed her around. They know she's super stupid, and they can bring her in like Biden and then blame everything that bad happens on her. And so she is the greatest example of a mindless puppet that they want to put in to further demoralize us to think that that's America, to make America a further joke around the world. So that's who Kamala Harris is, a clear and present danger and a meat puppet.
Is Pennsylvania going to vote for Kamala Harris?
Alex, is Pennsylvania going to vote for Kamala Harris?
Look, if we had a free and fair election, it'd be like Reagan in '86. Trump would get 49 states. But because of the mass fraud in states, once Democrats get control of your voting system, since the 90s, it's very hard to turn it back. I know Pennsylvania's tried to tighten up some things, and Texas has taken millions of dead people and illegals off the voting rolls, and so has Nevada's taken hundreds of thousands off. So look, the evidence, it's a long story, but Trump won in a landslide in 2016, barely won. People thought he was invincible and he's going to win no problem in 2000, so he barely won, so they were able to steal it. He's going to have a bigger landslide in 42 days than he did in 2016. That's why they've tried to kill him twice now, and probably more times we're being told we don't know about.
If he was losing, the assassination attempts would be unnecessary.
Absolutely.
That's why the assassination attempts are happening. That's why there's 5 kill teams.
So what, and I'll let you take us out on this on a note of hope, what you said, you gave advice for what children should be doing. What should the people in this room be doing? What should be their attitude, not just for the next 42 days, but for the next year? And what can people do?
Okay, well, I never claim to be some saint or, tell people how to live their lives. I'm definitely not perfect. But I'll tell you what I've been doing since I was at least 18 years old. And I became a Christian before that, but it was like I'm a Christian, but I really wasn't truly born again. You got to get on your knees in the morning or in the middle of the night or whenever you wake up. You got to get on your knees. You got to and tell God, I can't do this. I need you to come into me and take control and lead God and direct me and tell me what to do. And you've got to change your values to where you don't care what the world says or what the system says. You care to do what the conscience that God gave you, that guardian angel that is right there looking over your shoulder, tells you to do. And you've got to not be a coward, and you've got to be strong. And the minute you step across that point, you don't even have courage anymore. You're on a mission, and you're not possessed by the Holy Spirit, but you let it in, and it's now driving and in control. And now you got God behind you, and nobody can stand against us if God's with us.
Well, that is a hopeful note, and I think that's true. And with that, Alex Jones, Jack Posobiec, I'm proud to be friends with both of you.
Thank you, Tucker.
Got a little gift for you guys. A little gift. One for Tucker. One for Alex.
Tucker. I love Tucker. I love Jack.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pennsylvania.
The big tech companies censor our content. I hate to tell you that it's still going on in 2024, but you know what they can't censor? Live events. And that's why we are hitting the road on a fall tour for the entire month of September, coast to coast. We will be in cities across the United States. We'll be in Fort Worth, Texas with Roseanne Barr. Greenville, South Carolina with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Sunrise, Florida with John Rich, Jacksonville, Florida with Donald Trump Jr. You can get tickets at tuckercarlson.com. Hope to see you there.
Let's go ahead and listen in to his remarks right here on Live Now.
It is so great.